thing Indivisible plans to be part of is something a little different. Different not just in terms of approach, but in terms of what they are asking of people and in terms of what kind of impact it might have. They're calling it May Day Strong. And May Day is May 1st, and that's this Friday, this week. They're calling this Friday, May 1st, a nationwide day of economic disruption. And the idea is very simple. No work, no school, no shopping on that one day, Friday, May 1st. Joining us now is Ezra Levin, co-founder of Indivisible, which is one of more than 600 groups putting together this day of action. Mr. Levin, it is nice to see you. Thanks very much for being here.
Great to see you, Rachel.
This is something a little bit different. Tell us the thinking behind this different approach and what you're expecting to see on Friday.
It is a little bit different, Rachel. I think people have grown used to, on a Saturday, we have a historic number of people showing up. And I am incredibly proud to be part of the No Kings movement, where we had 5 million, then 7 million, then more than 8 million people after the largest protest in American history. But I would view this as a tactical escalation. It is inspired in no small part by the incredible organizing we saw in the Twin Cities. There was a day of truth and freedom, is what they called it, if you'll remember, at the end of January, where in sub-zero temperatures, we saw thousands of faith leaders, community leaders, nurses, teachers, just members of that community linking arms and saying, we're not going to treat this as business as usual. The secret police force that this regime is sending around to communities and murdering Americans needs to be stopped. And they raised the alarm in an incredible way. Now, what we're doing here in a big coalition is like that, but at a national scale, where we're asking people to not just show up on a Saturday, but actually flex the economic power that you have to raise the alarm against a billionaire-fueled regime that is leaving everybody else behind. And look, I will say, as proud as I am to be part of Indivisible building for this, I got to give a shout out to the May Day Strong Coalition, our union brothers and sisters in the movement who have been leading the charge here. It's up to all of us to do what we can on Friday. Some of us are going to be able to skip school or skip work or refuse to shop. Some of us are going to be joining local protests near us. But it's important that we prepare for what's to come, because I think everybody sees what Donald Trump is doing, promising to engage not just to win the midterm elections, but possibly to sabotage them if they don't go his way. And when that happens, Rachel, it's not going to be enough to show up on a Saturday. Even with millions of people, we're going to have to learn to flex our economic strength in that moment, not just to win the midterms, but to protect the results. May Day is an opportunity for us to test our strength, learn some things, and grow from now until the midterms so we can actually protect free and fair elections.
You don't need to be talking about ballrooms, man. You need to be trying to fix the economy.
What do you make of the request for a ballroom right now?
A ballroom is kind of insufficient right now. You got to understand that there's people out here suffering. There's people out here struggling. There's no food. We can't really survive out here.
I think there's a lot of things we need to work on before we're doing a ballroom reconstruction, so I think it's a little ridiculous to me.
I think he's selfish. I think he wants something to be in his name. But I think, like she said, there's so much going on right now. I think that's the last thing that we should be worrying about.
Maybe we ought to get our priorities straight. Put stuff that is beneficial to the country first and other stuff second.
Do we need a ballroom? Not necessarily. I feel like our funds could go to other places. But, you know, ultimately.
I created the Illinois Accountability Commission to make sure that we were capturing evidence that can be used against the people who are breaking the law. You know, we had 16 very deep investigations that were undertaken here. We want them to know now that their actions now will be kept as evidence, and that one day, even if it's not today or this week or this year, they will be held responsible for their actions.
My team on the Senate Banking Committee put together a report on Kevin Warsh's financial disclosures. Let me tell you, they don't look good. Here's what the committee found. First, Kevin Warsh wants to be Fed chair, a position with incredible influence over our economy. But he has more than $100 million in secret wealth that he won't disclose. So what exactly is he invested in? Who will he divest to? We don't know. And he refused to give any more information during his Senate nomination hearing. The report also shows that Mr. Warsh's wealth is intricately tied to one particular billionaire, Stanley Druckenmiller, whose investing strategy is driven by his predictions about what decisions the Fed will make. If Mr. Warsh becomes Fed chair, these are exactly the decisions he would be making. Sounds like a conflict of interest to me. And who knows what other conflicts of interest he might be hiding. Second, Mr. Warsh made his fortune at the expense of workers and families. He was the point guy at the Fed for bailing out the big banks during the 2008 financial crisis while families suffered. And he's lined his pockets working for predatory landlords, for companies with huge labor or consumer violations, and for vulture funds exploiting Puerto Rico in the aftermath of hurricanes. And finally, Mr. Warsh's name appears in the Epstein files, and his financial disclosures raise additional unanswered questions about potential links to Mr. Epstein. Before any vote on Kevin Warsh's nomination, the Senate and the American people deserve answers about these troubling connections.
So I did a thing, hot off the presses, just filed in federal court in Washington, D.C. I'm suing Todd Blanche as the acting attorney general of the United States of America. I endeavor to not only bring knowledge, because as you know, I say knowledge is power, but I also endeavor to seek justice in ways that I can. And in one of those ways, it's me bringing good faith litigation against a Department of Justice that is violating the law on the daily, and that is actively seeking to hide the truth from the American people about the greatest, most egregious criminal conspiracy in the trafficking of children that has existed in the history of America. And despite there being a federal law that has mandated and required transparency, this Trump regime, in concert with the Trump Department of Justice, repeatedly violates the law. And I'm over it. So I've sued. I am looking forward to the battle. I speak often about fighting in the court of law and fighting in the court of public opinion. And I believe truly that we have to do both. And in this instance, I'm putting my money where my mouth is. So Todd Blanche, consider yourself served.
If we're real, if we're honest about what's going on, we have a madman in the White House who is running roughshod, who is running the biggest, most corrupt criminal grift in American history out of the White House, and you folks want to whistle right past the graveyard of democracy and our public lands and all of these values. We take an oath to the Constitution, and it seems that all of you took an oath to Donald Trump. And so you want to put his name on coins and buildings and park passes. You want to penalize people who cover up this shrine to Donald Trump that our park passes have been turned into. This is shameful. This is a disgrace. I would love to have a serious conversation about public lands, about recreation, about other things where we could do good work together. But pretend everything's just fine right now in the face of this. The madman right now is in Europe driving our friends into the arms of our adversaries. He's doing immeasurable damage to our credibility on the world stage, and you guys are just fine with it. What the hell is wrong here? What the hell is wrong? I'm not going to sit here and pretend everything is just fine for our public lands, for the agencies we depend on, for our democracy, for our credibility, for truth and justice and what's left of integrity. That's a disgrace. I'm not doing any justice to this committee or to the Explore Act or anything else to sit here and pretend everything is just fine and pat ourselves on the back for what we did a year ago. This is wrong. This is not normal, and I'm not going to normalize it. I yield back.
I've never been intoxicated on the job, and that is why we filed a $250 million defamation lawsuit. And any one of you that wants to participate Bring it on. I'll see you in court.
I got some breaking news into the Kash Patel drunk on the job story. There's a group of attorneys called Democracy Forward. I've talked about them before. They have sued Trump and his administration more than anybody, I think, and they've won more than anybody. That part I know. They've won more lawsuits against the Trump administration than anybody else. Well, guess what they're doing? Guess what they're doing? Guess what they're doing? They have filed a Freedom of Information Act request with the FBI to see emails. They want to see emails, and not just any emails. They want to see emails that contain these keywords right here. Anything related to alcohol, asleep, drunk, drinking, hungover, inebriated, intoxicated, sleeping, won't wake him, unresponsive, passed out. That's because there are stories coming out from FBI agents, anonymous agents, who are saying that Kash Patel has been drunk on the job so many times that they sometimes don't even know where he is at. They've been to his house before, allegedly, and couldn't get him awake and wasn't sure if he was okay and had to request to use the battering ram to get through the front door because he was so passed out. There's accusations of him using the jet to take his girlfriend on private dates. There's accusations of him flying around the world to just do things on the government dime. Well, guess what? Democracy Forward, one of the most successful groups to sue and win Trump and his administration, are conducting Freedom of Information Act requests to see the emails, the internal FBI emails that contain any word that might prove that these allegations, these anonymous tips and reports are true. Can't wait to see what happens.
It isn't even really the Roberts Court. It's the Trump Court.
Yes.
And what we would expect from the Trump Court is an effort to continue their scheme to suppress the vote and rig the midterm elections and beyond. Because these extremists have failed America in every possible way. They failed on the economy. They failed on health care. They're failing as it relates to this reckless and costly war of choice. The extremists have completely and totally failed America.
That's right.
So they've concluded, aided and abetted by the Trump court, that they have to cheat to win.
Yes.
But the reality of our experience, our journey, now more than 400 years, is that we view a setback, and this is one, but we view setbacks as nothing more than a setup for a comeback.
That's right.
And America has the great opportunity to keep the comeback going by exercising your right to vote in November and making it clear that it's not Donald Trump or his Supreme Court majority that should be the ones to decide who gets to represent you in Congress. It's the American people.
That's right.
The Supreme Court just gutted the Voting Rights Act. I'll just say it. Donald Trump and Republicans can't win majorities at the ballot box this November, so they're going back to a playbook as old as this country, making it harder for Black and brown Americans to vote. On every front, Trump and his allies are assaulting the institutions of our democracy. Enough is enough.
But what's happening right now in the Strait of Hormuz is a geostrategic and economic calamity and a huge self-inflicted wound. It appears that the president has gotten himself stuck and is desperately trying to extricate himself from his own mistake. It is worth remembering that now 13 Americans have been killed in action, hundreds wounded, thousands of civilians killed, munitions it will take years to replace, grave damage to our standing and position in the world, and yet the regime in Tehran is still intact, as are their ballistic missile and drone forces, as is their ability to choke off global energy supplies, as is their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which they only built after President Trump shredded President Obama's Iran deal.
And honestly, they have been at war with us for 47 years.
We all know that Scott Jennings is more than happy to defend a war with a country that starts with the letters IRA that we are currently failing, that is going to put us trillions and trillions of dollars more in debt. I was only a few years old while you were in the administration defending prior endless wars. Now this war is failing.
8 weeks is endless to you?
Okay, you said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat?
Homie, I debated you on TV 4 to 6 weeks ago, and you said we were weeks away from it. Now you're making condescending remarks because you can't defend the fact that this war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
Not going your way.
One political concession. Name one political concession.
Honestly, I'm not going to have this guy's
everybody,
in my face.
Everybody, hang tight.
Honestly.
Okay. No, everybody, calm down. Okay. We're having a debate. You can respond to the points that he's making.
Can you name a political concession that we've got?
I had a flashback to the war the skinheads had in my studio.
I would be mad if I had to defend war too. I would be mad if I had to defend war.
Scott, you can respond.
We have a very simple goal: to keep terrorists and a terrorist regime from having a nuclear weapon that can threaten the United States, our interests in the region, our allies in Europe, anybody else in the world.
So you can't answer the question.
That is
I would get mad too.
All right, we're going to leave it there, guys. Next for us, the president suggests ABC.
Well, Pete Hegseth and Senator Mark Kelly had a little confrontation today, and this time it was on Senator Kelly's turf. Let's take a look.
And I'm going to give you one more chance to address a question here. It's my understanding that the definition of no quarter is that legitimate offers of surrender will be refused or that detainees will be executed. Is that your understanding of the definition?
The only entity that would kill detainees or target civilians is the Iranians, and they're the ones being crushed.
So
the Iranian military and their military capability.
The question is, do
I
you
disagree
understand,
completely with your articulation.
No, do you understand the definition that I just read you? Because that's the definition from your department's law of war manual. Is that your understanding? And I'm gonna just get to the point here.
We fight to win and we follow the law, Senator.
Okay, so your quote was, "We will keep pushing, keep advancing, no quarter, no mercy for our enemies." And yesterday, you did not clarify whether you stand by this statement. So I'm going to give you another opportunity to clarify if that is what you meant. Do you stand by that statement you made on March 13th?
It should be simple.
We have untied the hands of our warfighters. We fight to win, and we follow the law.
Okay, so you're not clarifying. So you stand by that statement. So you're the Secretary of Defense. The things you say matter. And your response here, right now, makes it clear to the American people exactly why you are not right for this job.
It makes it clear to our enemies, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I couldn't agree more, Senator Kelly. This was Pete Hegseth's moment, his opportunity to lead from the front with integrity and honor and just simply clarify to the world and to the troops what he meant by those statements. For the record, it is a war crime to order no quarter.
Secretary Hegseth, do you think American voters are enemies of the United States? A simple yes and no or suffice.
I think legal voters, I think everybody who's legal should vote, yes.
So American voters are not enemies of the United States? Yes. You're agreeing with me?
I think America's legal citizens should vote, yes.
How many armed enemies of the United States have attempted to interfere in the last election? Can you recall any time when armed enemies of the United States attempted to interfere in the last election or the 2020 election?
We just had the King of England here that a while ago, but
so 250 years ago. Okay, very good. All right. Well, Secretary Hegseth, if President Trump ordered you to deploy troops to polling places during the midterm elections this fall, which would violate the law I just cited, would you implement his order? Yes or no?
What you're trying to insinuate is that the president would give unlawful orders and we would somehow deploy troops as a result. And the evidence of our department is that we've worked alongside law enforcement very effectively for 15 months. Los Angeles would have been on fire for the summer had we not come across
I humbly disagree with that, but this is not a hypothetical situation that I'm inferring on. Your president in January of this year told the New York Times that he regretted not ordering the National Guard to seize voting machines in key states after the 2020 election. Last I heard from you, the last time we had any kind of armed enemies at any type of voting places was 250 years ago. We're talking 2020. So if the president, again I'm asking you, orders you to break election law, violate the Constitution and the the law, would you follow the orders of the president? Yes or no?
The president, you like to insinuate that the president issues
It's a
illegal
simple
orders, which he
question.
hasn't and does not.
Who would you follow, the president or the Constitution?
I will note that in 2024, troops were deployed. That was Joe Biden, by the way.
Who
Joe
would you
Biden
send
were deployed to polling locations in 15 states. 2024, Joe Biden, troops deployed to polling locations in 15 states. Explain that one to me.
I am asking you a question now. You seem to really like Joe Biden. You've brought his name up more than many other topics today. Answer the question. Who are you beholden to, Mr. Secretary, the president or the Constitution?
Well, I
If you can't answer that question, because you couldn't answer that question when I asked you,
very
would you
proudly
shoot
swear an
innocent
oath to
civilians
defend
in
the
the leg
Constitution.
in Los Angeles. So you couldn't answer that either. So I think our answer is very clear. Obviously, you have taken a oath of loyalty only to the president and not the people of this country.
Hey, did you see this? And this. And this. Okay, here's what we're not gonna do, okay? We are not gonna align with losers, liars, and grifters. And that's what these people are. They're losers, liars, and grifters, okay? This one still thinks that the Jan 6 insurrectionists are patriots. This one's an anti-Semite and white nationalist. And this one is a professional liar. We're not doing that. I have been out in these streets for too long opposing shit that they defended for 10 years for fun, for money, for profit, for celebrity, for fame. Okay, they don't suddenly get to decide, no, we don't like the president. Can we be with you? Can they use us? They're not using me. Don't let them use you. They're still liars, losers, and grifters, I promise you. And they've only flipped because it's profitable now or politically expedient or whatever. Don't fall for it. Now, let me say, there is a huge difference between liars, losers, and grifters and voters. And if a voter has had a change of heart about Trump, absolutely they should be welcomed into the fold of pro-democracy, pro-America, anti-Trump people. Absolutely. Absolutely we should do that. We should embrace everyone who has seen the light about this asshole. But these guys, no, they're users. They're users, losers, liars, grifters. Don't fall for it. I'm not falling for it. We're not going to do it, right? We're not going to do it.
News this morning. I woke up to a ton of messages this morning and realized that there are MAGA accounts creating fake AI-generated content of me spreading complete misinformation, and I need your help to spread the word. It started on Facebook with accounts like this one suggesting that Cole Allen, the suspect in the White House Correspondents' shooting, was a former driver of mine, or that he was a former personal assistant to me, and then made fake images like this one, completely fake. And now this has permeated to other platforms because just the natural algorithms push this type of content. It's completely fake, complete misinformation, completely untrue. And yes, part of me is saying, well, that means I'm having an impact if these folks have to create this fake narrative to try to attack me. Sure, but this is just dangerous. This is extremely dangerous. So I need your help to spread the word, to get this out there so that I can at least combat what's out there right now. If you see that account or others like it, please report it, please. I'm working on getting it taken down, but if I can't, alas, I need your help. So spread the word. If you want to support my work, subscribe to my Substack, link in bio, follow from.
It's time for the Trucker John live stream. Gonna be a good time. Oh yeah. The Trucker John live stream. Come along for a good time. It's a good time, good time, good time, good time. Trucker John live stream. Gonna be a good time. Gonna be the time of your life. Gonna talk some shit. Hush your mouth. Gonna talk a little smack. Gonna talk whatever comes of it. You're gonna always wanna come back. Oh yeah, it's the Trucker John live stream. He's the biggest, baddest, funniest mother you've ever seen. Watch your mouth, he's headed south. Not even sure what that means, but if it's one thing I know, the Trucker John live stream is the best thing you've ever seen.
Good morning. Happy May Day. Happy May Day, everybody. Good morning. All right. Mic is working. So here we are at 11:26 a.m. Pacific time zone. And we're already at 80 degrees here in beautiful Las Vegas, out here on the outer rim of Boulder Highway. Today's high expected to be 85, overnight low of 66 degrees. Weather report brought to you by Chock full of Nuts Coffee. Anyhow, thanks for being here, everybody. I forgot Boston Brian was on. I don't keep, I can't keep track of that dude's schedule. He's like all over the place. Anyhow, here we are, 17 watching, 15 thumbs ups. We are a little skeezy, a little on the skeezy side. Let's get to being a little more democratic. Hit that thumbs up button. Oh, now we are at a balanced budget. I think someone left and someone hit the like button, so I don't know. Anyhow, thanks for being here. I appreciate you guys. Are you guys, are you refraining, is that the word, from shopping and going to work and going to school today? I'm just curious if anyone's doing it. I haven't seen really any footage, live footage. I did see something that, they expected thousands of people to be protesting in Portland today. But that's Portland. They always protest, so for everything. For good things, though. But let me know if you guys are actually, making a concerted effort to do that or not. Josh says, I got beer and gas yesterday. That's what I did. I didn't get gas yesterday, but I walked over to the 7-Eleven. I got me a 6-pack of beer and some toilet paper, because that's what you do when you're planning a sit-in. Beer and toilet paper and some ice cream I got. So I think I can get through it. I think I got the necessary items to get me through this one-day strike. Beer, toilet paper, and ice cream. What I think I got one other item. What did I? Oh, I bought a slice of pizza. I ate that yesterday. I think that was it. That's all I got. But I think I can make it. I think I can make it. How about you guys? Can we get through this? Can we get through it? And I imagine this might be just like the No Kings. This might be sort of a trial run to see how it goes. They might do more. I would imagine. You know how No Kings, the first time it was like 3 million people, then it was 5 million people in the second one, then it was 8 million people. Maybe they'll do some other strikes. Maybe Labor Day would be a good one. Maybe, I don't know. But I know May Day is traditionally sort of at least in Europe a lot, where they do at least kind of general strikes, or at least like parades or protests or whatever, just to sort of I don't know if it's commemorate or whatever, but to about I guess labor and all that kind of stuff. Excuse me. Anyhow, I do see Jolie was first. Josh apparently second. Josh said, "Holy shit, TJ is on time." I started the intro at 11 a.m. on the dot. Yes, sirree. Like I usually do. That's the joke part. Yeah, Jolie says it's a May Day miracle. Josh says it's even amazing if you finish breakfast. I did finish breakfast. Today I just had some oatmeal and some toast and some coffee. Now the thing about oatmeal, whenever I eat oatmeal for breakfast, I will crash. I will have like a serious crash, an energy crash in about 2 hours probably. It's weird. Like when I eat my like omelet and and sausage and toast breakfast and hash browns, or bacon and eggs and hash browns, that'll last me. My energy will last all the way to the afternoon hours. But when I just have oatmeal, like usually I'll have oatmeal and toast, and I already had my orange juice. The first thing I do when I get up is I have orange juice, and then I had coffee with the breakfast. But I will crash hard. Maybe during this show I might crash. Just something to be aware of. Search for You is here. Danny Pomeroy. Hello, Danny. Good to see you. Josh C's always. Oh yeah. Well, of course, Josh C's. I already mentioned Josh C's. But good to see Josh C's. DPD is here. Hey, DPD. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on in. Penny to create. Hello, Penny to create. Hey, we're doing good. We got 18 watching, 18 thumbs ups, acting like really good Democrats. I do appreciate that. Balanced budget and all. Danny Pomeroy says Trump's gold card to enter America. He sold one. Did he? What was that, like $5 million or something like that? And then wasn't what's his face? Who's the guy who lived next door to Jeffrey Epstein? Wasn't he saying like, yeah, you just get, that's a good way to go, you just get one of those. If I was from Europe and if I wanted to move to America, and I would just get like 5 of them for one for me and my kids, and then easy peasy. Yeah, we've all got $20 million laying around. What the fuck, These out of touch motherfuckers. Anyhow, Danny Pomeroy says, remember they sold that stupid bees in bringing America trillions of bullshit dollars. I don't know. I don't know what that's about. DPD, who is the gentleman who was speaking the truth? That was Representative, he's a California rep. Forget his name now. Hoffman, maybe? Dustin Hoffman? No. He's from California. And that clip, I just came across it. I'm not even sure how old it was. I think it might have been not real old, but probably a few months old or a few weeks old or something. But yeah, I put it in there because it was speaking the truth. Aaron West is here. So we got Jolie here. We got Aaron West here. So you know what that means. We're at full mod capacity. Thank you, Aaron and Jolie, for being here. I appreciate you. As always, Aaron West, the Super Chat goal is up. Let's freaking go. So, I don't know if I should talk about this. It might be a turnoff. It might be a real turnoff. I don't know. People don't usually talk about it. But today's May 1st. So April is gone. April is over with. Most people don't talk about like how much money they make on YouTube and stuff like that. I guess it's a turnoff maybe, because people are like, oh, if you talk about it, people will be like, oh, you're just in it for the money. All you care about is the money. You don't really care about, us, or you don't care about the whatever you're talking about. But that's not true. I mean, I would do this. I started doing this for free, but then I got monetized, so I'm able to make a few bucks, and believe me, it's just a few. But like, okay, so for April we closed out, and what Google's going to pay me when they in about 3 weeks. It's around the 21st of the month is when they direct deposit the money you made. So for April, I made, I think it was $248. Woo! Which I appreciate. And I don't know, I don't have the breakdown in front of me that I can go into my analytics or whatever, and I can get the breakdown. But the majority of that is from memberships. And then the next biggest thing is super chats and super stickers. And then way down is ad revenue and anything to do with that. And that's just like pennies. A few pennies, or maybe a couple bucks. So that's how much I make for doing this stuff. And I've had bigger months. You guys know, you guys have helped me out tremendously. Once after I got evicted, and then once when I was almost going to get evicted, you guys came through, and that for that month, it was a good amount. That I made for that month. But I guess I probably average around $300 a month is what I make on doing these YouTube videos and these YouTube live streams and being on here. So today's first day of the month. I always like to try to at least do better than the previous month. Can't always do that because, like I said, there's been a few months where you guys really went crazy, and where we made $700 or $800. But my goal is always to try to do better than the previous month. So we did 248. I think it was 248 for April. Oh wait, you know what? No, I think 248 was actually March, and in April we did like 250 something. So we beat March. That's what it was. Okay, yeah. So I think March was 248. April just closed, and we finished out at like 251 or something like that. But whatever it was, we beat March by about $2 or $3, a few bucks. Okay, so now here we are in May. So let's try and beat May. Try to beat April. April was 250. I'll just say it was 258 or something like that. I don't know, 251. So let's try to beat. Let's try to beat April. Here we are, May 1st, and we'll see how it goes. And I probably won't bring this up again because I know this is probably a turn off to people, like, oh, he's making money, and and he's only in it for the money. Actually, I'm in it because it is a passion of mine. I started doing this as a truck driver out on the road with 2 or 3 people that would watch. Jolie was one of them. And I just said, I'm going to keep doing this. I don't care if I only have 2 or 3 people in here. Today we got 23. Sometimes we have more, sometimes we have less. I'm going to do it no matter what. But I do like to make a little goal, and I try to beat last month's totals. And if we do, we do, and if we don't, we don't. All right. So enough of that. Like, subscribe, share. Get us out in the algorithm. I have noticed I do have quite a few videos that have kind of, for me, for other creators, 1,000 views is probably laughable. It's like nothing. But I've been getting a few of my shorts and a few videos with getting, breaking 1,000 views and 1,500 and 2,000 views. And I've noticed that there's no comments, hardly, or maybe a couple comments. But that's another way that you can kind of help us get out, I guess, in the algorithm, is if you comment. And what I've been hearing is 8 words or more. But it's kind of weird. Like, it's a little disappointing. I see a video that I have, and it's got 1,500 views, and I'm like, wow, that did pretty good. But there's 0 comments, and I'm like, and there's also 10 or 12 thumbs up. I would think with 1,000 views, I should have, I don't know, 500 thumbs ups, maybe, 50%, maybe, I don't know, 20 comments or something. It's just, so it's kind of disappointing in a way. Like, maybe a lot of people, they don't know the proper protocols. If you want to support a creator, you want to give them a thumbs up, and you should comment, make some comments. But I know we're all busy. It takes too much time to do that. Now, anyhow, DPD says, I have a confession. I'm cheating on TJ. Let me explain. I'm trying to support Boston Brian at the same time. Please don't judge me. I'm to support. Hey, and I understand. And right now, I've got Boston Brian on my TV. I see Michael Fanone is on. So I got, and did I give? I'm pretty sure I went in and gave Boston Brian a thumbs up. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I was acting skeezy. Okay, I just gave him a thumbs up. That gives him 93. Boston Brian coming in with 93 thumbs ups over there. So, and one of them is mine. He's also got 333 people watching, and one of those is me. So that's how that's how it works. I got a TV, I got an iPad. I'm doing the show off the iPhone, so I'm pretty much I can't do anything there. But on my iPad, I got me. On my TV, I've got Boston Brian. I guess every little bit helps. DPD says I'm still here. Well, thank you. I appreciate you being here, DPD. If you have multiple devices, or you can watch Boston Brian on one and me on the other. But I do appreciate you for being here and hanging out. DPD says I think Scott Jennings is attracted to Adam Mockler. I don't know about that, but they go at it, don't they? And Scott Jennings is just kind of vile. And it's kind of the same feeling when I watched Hegseth in these clips. I just think like Hegseth is so smarmy, isn't he? Isn't he smarmy and just so full of himself? And he thinks he's so clever. Talking about Hegseth. I switched from Jennings to Hegseth. They're talking about skeezy. I think I made up the word skeezy. I think sleazy is a word that's been around, and slimy and scuzzy and scummy. I think I made up the word skeezy. I think that's a Trucker John original. And I think that if I were to get the word skeezy into the dictionary, right next to the word would be a picture of Pete Hegseth. Because he's sort of the epitome of skeezy, I think. Anyhow, Danny Pomeroy says the only way MAGA can function is by fake news. It's quite obvious they can't handle accountability of PDF files. If the whole administration, including Donald, are in the Epstein files going forward, vote blue heart. Or vote blue heart. I agree. Hey, so I did have some memes that I copied. Let's see, what's the first one I got here for us to look at? With my orange background. Okay, so this one says, this is from Jasmine Crockett. Okay, so this is talking about, how people are always saying that nothing gets done. The Democrats don't do anything. Democrats don't fight for us or whatever. But I think I wanted to post this up just to show, that the Democrats are doing shit. And they held their ground. And look at here. It says, and this happened, I think, yesterday. And this is from Jasmine Crockett on her Substack, April 30th. House Republicans kept DHS shut down for over 70 days, cutting off funding for FEMA, TSA, and Coast Guard, and more. Then today they caved after accomplishing absolutely nothing. Just like House Democrats demanded, they funded these agencies without giving ICE another dollar. So all that chaos, all that harm for nothing. Meanwhile, they've been playing games with your safety, making life harder and more expensive for you. That's Jasmine Crockett right there. So The Democrats held their ground. And the Republicans finally caved. And Donald Trump is not happy. And when Donald Trump's not happy, I'm happy. Because fuck Donald Trump. And, good for us. Aaron West says no shopping and no work today. All right, Aaron. What about school? DPD says we are in serious trouble, folks. Our rights are slowly being eroded from us minute by minute, day by day. We are approaching the day when we will have no rights at all. Well, I guess if that trajectory keeps up, we would have no rights. But I was just sort of thinking about the Voter Rights Act basically being, demolished here, and I know it's not funny. I know this is not funny, but in my mind, I was just envisioning, like a black person or a person of color going in to vote, and then they walk in, and there's up on the counter is like a jar of jelly beans. Maybe if some of you know what I'm getting at. Or there's a jar of pennies or some stupid thing, and it was like, and then they, the white people that come in, they give them the ballot or whatever. They tell them to go over to the voting booth there, and the black person walks in, and they go, okay, wait a minute. You got to tell me the correct number of jelly beans that are in this jar or something before I give you your ballot. I know that's not funny, but that's what I was envisioning. That are we back to that? Is that where Justice Roberts is taking us? Has taken us? The other day I saw a story. I didn't really talk about it much. I wish I had, and maybe we should talk about this more. But Justice Roberts, and I need to read the story. I think I'm like I said, I do a lot of headline reading, but it was something about he's taken in, I think, millions of dollars from companies that are involved in cases that they oversee at the Supreme Court. I mean, just that alone, though, he should be impeached immediately. Roberts should be impeached immediately. So should Thomas, and so should Alito. Thomas, we know, has been taking houses and motorhomes and vacations. Now, of course, if we impeach him now with Trump as president and with the Republicans having the Senate and everything, they would just replace them with younger versions of them. So maybe it's not wise to impeach right now, but definitely we've known about Thomas's corruption. Roberts is probably even the most. He might be the most corrupt in terms of how much money he's gotten. I mean, there's at least a very obvious conflict of interest there, right? John Roberts isn't the stalwart integral man that he tries to present himself as. He's just as corrupt as anybody. Danny Pomeroy says, I'm still home, John. The protest starts at 6 p.m. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know there was a start time. I thought it would, to me, as far as I'm concerned, it started at 12:01 a.m. or 12 a.m. exactly. Last night. Josh C says, DPD, what states do we need the interstate compact? There's got to be a few crippled enough. DPD says, everything is shut down in our household. No school, no buying anything. Sorry, TJ, I can't contribute today. Oh, that's fine. We got the whole month ahead of us. Paul Burrows is building a raised bed garden today. DPD says, Josh, I don't even think that matters considering what's happening in Louisiana with Klansman Landry delaying the election. The interstate compact will only, that's only about the electoral college, and that doesn't have anything to do with Senate races or House races or anything like that. That only has to do with the presidential in the general, as far as I know. Oh yeah, DPD, Howard Nutlick. Yeah, Howard, what we call him Nutlick, but and his real name is, what the fuck is it? Whatever it is, Nutlick is more appropriate. Yeah, that dude. DPD only had 2 hours of sleep for some reason. Big Hook, the Big Canuck is here. Hey, Big Hook, good to see you. Oh, thanks for coming on in. Thanks for coming on in. Big Hook says, after being on the road and the only radio available is right-wing radio unless you have Sirius. That's why I created the progressive radio station list on Facebook. But unfortunately, I think almost all those stations don't even carry progressive programming anymore. They all got, not all of them, but a good chunk of them got replaced with either sports or more right-wing crap. Let's see. Big Cook, I try to contribute when I can, hopefully adding context to the bigger picture. And again, as far as monetarily stuff, I mean, that's fine. That's always greatly appreciated. It's never required. It's just greatly appreciated. And of course, all the free stuff you can do, liking, subscribing, sharing, thumbs upping, commenting, those are great ways and to do, and those don't cost you anything. DPD says it's the way that Kegseth speaks to women as though we are beneath him. It's very condescending, right? Motherfuckers, it's too bad his parents didn't practice the rhythm method. Hit me with your rhythm stick. Big Hook says CNN having Jennings on is a conflict of interest because he's a paid contributor as well as running for office. Yeah, and talk about smarmy. He's another one of those smarmy ones, you know? One of those smarmy. Just has a very very punchable face. Jolie says sleazy, adjective, skeezy. I guess I didn't make it up. Skeezy, skeezier, skeeziest, slang, morally or physically disgusting or repulsive. Skeevy, sleazy. Mary wasn't skeezy. Okay, so skeezy. I guess I can't take credit for it, but I still think we should put a picture of Pete Hegseth next to the definition. Barbara Nicholas is here. Hey, Barbara, good to see you. Barbara says, trucker. Siri says skeezy is a word meaning shady, untrustworthy. Also, hi, everyone. It means that too. Secondary meaning. So when I say skeezy, I'm saying hi, everyone. No, I'm just kidding. I know you were saying hi separately. But okay. All right. So that I didn't make up the word, but again, maybe next to that definition, we should put a picture of Pete Hegseth. DPD says, meanwhile, the Nazis are trying to take credit for the passing of the bill, even though it's the same bill the Democrats put forth in the first place. Big Hook says Trump is about all-time chaos because it hides what a complete fuck up he truly is when it comes to governing. Well, I was thinking that the other day too. Like all this chaos, all this shit. Is it just a product of him being incompetent? Or is there some method to the madness? In other words, I'm not saying he's, really smart or anything, but maybe that's how he operates, even in business or whatever, is just to have this onslaught, just a barrage of shit coming down on whoever his opponent is, like in business and I think he sees now as a president, he sees anyone who disagrees with him, Democrats, comedians, anyone in the media that disagrees with him, those are all his enemies or opponents or whatever. And I think his method is just to throw the kitchen sink, everything, including the kitchen sink. I mean, it's just so that you spend so much time trying to put this fire out and that fire out, and try to handle this and handle that, and then he's able to sneak stuff through or whatever. I don't know. It's just crazy. Mr. Spock is here. He live long and prosper. Mr. Spock the Fowler says skeezy is Kanye West's clothesline. Is that real, or is that for reals, or is that just a joke? Big Hook says Roberts is a white supremacist in judges' robes, pretending to be a reasonable justice. Yeah, he's a white supremacist. He's certainly very corrupt, taking in millions of dollars. Big Hook 11:51 time reference. So I'm 9 minutes. I'm just 9 little minutes behind ya. 9 little tiny minutes behind you. I'm only 9 little teeny weeny little minutes behind you. And now I'm 10 because I took a minute to sing. Search for you. What happened to Sandy? She got booted. She got the boot. She got the boot. Oh yeah. She got the boot. DBD says TJ, my grandpa told me about the jelly bean test in the South. He also told me he and his cousins say the Klan lynch a man. I cannot tell you how much that infuriates me that we're going back. Yeah, the lynchings, and that's something that it doesn't really get talked about enough. I mean, they're in, I think in Atlanta, I think there's a lynching museum. You know, like that's how bad it is. I mean, they it's kind of like a Holocaust memorial. I think they have this kind of memorial about all the black people that have been lynched in the South. And it's we kind of whitewash our history, don't we? We kind of, we don't talk about these atrocities, these horrible. I mean, this goes beyond just plain racism. I mean, this is, of course, racism to the extreme of, KKK and just, racist, so many lynchings going on, and they still go on. I mean, it wasn't too long ago. Remember, there was a black kid they said committed suicide, but they found him, hanged. But they were like, he couldn't have done it. I forget, because he had broken legs or something. I mean, it's just such horribleness. And we see an uptick with this, I think, during Trump's first administration, and now we see this type of rhetoric, more than just rhetoric, but the rhetoric and the violence and everything. We see the Supreme Court now with the VRA and everything. It's just such a shame, because it did not have to be this way. It did not have to be this way. If Kamala Harris had won, and she should have won, I mean, and I don't mean to be a broken record, because we go talk about if Gore had won, if Jimmy Carter had won a second term, if JFK had not been assassinated. I mean, our world, the entire world would be so much different, and I think for the better, if those things hadn't happened. We just keep shooting ourselves in the foot. Jolie says, share those intro clips. They're perfect for sharing and would really help out a lot. Yeah, my little intros and, the intros for the show, Jolie's talking about what I've been doing. I've been doing this for a few months now, or maybe even since last year. I don't know. Where I take the intro, just the intro part, and then I do a separate video after the show. Sometime I'll post that. So if you guys see that, yeah, it'd be great to share those out, if you could, because it has the Trucker John, logo in the beginning, then it does the intro, then it has the outro. Yeah, so if you see those intros, and I'm not sure, like, how I should title them. I mean, so you guys know what they are. Like, you go, oh. But I guess if you just see anything with Trucker John on it, just go ahead and share it. Mr. Spock, it's a joke. Oh, okay. Well, you never know with you, Mr. Spock. You never know. And with Kanye West, you never know. That's perfectly plausible that he could have a clothing line called Skeezy. But thanks for clarifying. Big Hook says, I sent you a few more videos in your Discord for consideration. I didn't see them. When did you do that? Must have been after the show started, because I didn't see it. Barbara Nicholas says Project 2025 was created on causing as much chaos as possible. Yeah, Project 2025 created to erode constitutional rights, constitutional amendments. DPD says, I only got 2 hours of sleep because of my anxiety. I was cooking up a storm. I do that when I'm stressed. I find it therapeutic. I made a peach apple and blackberry cobbler and sweet potato cheesecake. If I knew you and I lived around you, I would make sure to make you as anxious as possible, just in hopes of getting some of those yummy desserts. I'm only joking. I would not want you to be. It's not good to be living in anxiety all the time. Josh C says Hillary 2. Hillary. What was the 2? I don't know. Big Hook, I saw you also featured your intros in your Discord. Oh yeah, I share them. Talk about sharing. I share them in my Discord. I share them to all my. I have 2 other channels. I don't want people thinking, oh, I've got all these secret accounts. I've got Feed on the Dashboard on YouTube, which I created just because of that's a movie that I made. And then I have Fowler's Wrath, and I created that because I do this game. It's a race car game, and I was created that just to post some of those videos or maybe try to get some involvement with my game. But so anyhow, so I send them to those channels, and I send them to Facebook. I share it to my Facebook channel. I share it to all my social medias. I share my videos to my Substack, to Threads, to Blue Sky, Instagram. I make the rounds with my shares. Barbara Nicholas says that Fox News is sharing some of the May Day protests. Wow. You would think Fox News would just ignore it, Mr. Spock says, now I'm hungry for dessert. Yeah, me too. Let's all run over to DPD's and get some. I want to try out the. I think I want to get the blackberry cobbler, or the peach apple and blackberry cobbler. That sounds good. Yeah. We're coming over, DPD. DPD says you're referring to the Apex Museum in Atlanta and the National Memorial for Peace and Justice, which is located in Montgomery, Alabama. Well, I think Atlanta has something also, but yeah, we've got these. It's a shame that we have to have these museums and these memorials, but it's good that we have them. I think, obviously, it's good to have them to try to teach future generations to not repeat these, and how horrible these things are, and not to repeat them. Oh yeah, you said referring to Apex Museum in Atlanta, and then you were talking about the other one was in Montgomery. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you're talking about 2 different places. One's in Atlanta and one's in Montgomery. Yeah. Big Hook says this election is going to determine whether democracy can be saved or we potentially see a civil war, unfortunately. Yeah, I wonder how far this is going to get taken. DPD says, you're more than welcome to come to my home. TJ, I would cook regardless of the stress. Danny Pomeroy says, they're taking money or food for immigrants at today's protest, helping out immigrants in our area. Today's SNAP benefits with inflation only goes for 10 days of food. This is ridiculous in America. Vote. Yeah. Yeah. Remember, I think it was before the war started in Iran. But remember, like Trump came out and we said we can't afford Medicare, we can't afford SNAP, we just can't afford it. Can't do it. But we need 175 more billion dollars or whatever it was, or however much they were asking for the military, you know. And then he puts us into a war where they're spending over $1 billion a day for the stupid, unnecessary, unwanted war. Completely unnecessary. And but yeah, we can't afford Medicare. We can't afford food stamps. None of that. We can't afford health care. This is what should be getting really everyone out of their seats and into the streets, is stuff like that. When Trump says we can't afford to pay for Medicare and SNAP, but we can afford to give millionaires and billionaires trillions of dollars in tax breaks. And we can afford to go to these wars and spend billions upon billions upon billions of dollars. This is what should get the people out of their seats and into the streets. It's just fucking ridiculous. You know? It's utterly ridiculous. Elon Musk, I guess it was Tesla, the Tesla company. I just read something where they paid $0 in taxes. How the fuck can that be? How can a company not pay any taxes that makes billions of dollars? This is the kind of thing that should get people out of their seats and into the streets, when billionaires are not paying any taxes and billion-dollar companies are not paying any taxes. But our government says we can't afford to give you health care. We can't afford to help you with food. We can't afford to help you with some shelter. But we can give Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos tax breaks to where they paid virtually nothing. Yeah, people say the system is broken. Yeah, it's broken. It is broken. It is in pieces. All right, I don't know if you guys, we got another meme. I think this is a little more, some financial stuff from, I think Robert Reich. Robert Reich, you know, the former, what was he, commerce or economic? I don't know if he was, I forget, but he was under Clinton. I forget what his exact title was, Robert Reich. This is what this is just what I was just talking about. Okay, this is where I heard it. Okay. This is where he says, Elon Musk, this is from Robert Reich, I believe. I don't think it's attributed on this thing here, but yeah, it says, remember, Elon Musk is worth nearly $800 billion. Tesla reported paying zero federal income tax on $5.7 billion of U.S. income in 2025. Meanwhile, nearly a quarter of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and household debt has risen to a record high. See the problem here? So that's funny. I forgot that that's what that had. But yeah, see the problem here? This is what is this here, right? See if I got the right hand up here. Yeah, this right here. This is what should be getting people out of their seats and into the streets. Right there. Right there. Big Hook says you guys are really at a crossroads where either the white supremacists gain complete control and you live under a dictator with billionaires and oligarchs, or you can regain power under Constitution. We live in interesting times. That's for sure. The old Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times. I think we're living in interesting times. We'll see how this plays out. But I think most of us we're not gonna take this kind of thing right here for much longer. Josh sees you need to clip out that segment. Yeah, I might. I just might do that. Josh. 007 Kevin Troll Slayer's here. Troll Slayer. He's the one that sends those trolls on the run. He's the Troll Slayer. Josh says that was actual deep thoughts with TJ. Every now and then. Danny Pomeroy says the Ukraine war is just as much as America's fault as it is with Russia because all three countries was involved in the settlement. So America and Russia agreed to the deal. We took nukes out. Deal. Yeah, we fucked Ukraine over. This goes way back. I think when Clinton was president, we said, okay, if you guys get rid of your nukes, we will back you up. We will protect you. So they got rid of their nukes, and now here, all these years later, Russia invades them illegally and unprovoked, and now we have a Putin puppet in the White House, and kind of leaving Ukraine high and dry there. But Ukraine's still kicking their ass, though. Russia has sustained over 1.5 million casualties in this war, and I think while it is an awful number, I think their casualties are well under 100,000. I think it's like 30 or 40 or 50,000 or whatever it is. I'm not sure, but it's nowhere near 1.5 million that Russia has sustained, and Putin doesn't seem to care. He's just throwing these soldiers into his meat grinder. But we kind of fucked him over by not living up to our end of that deal. You know. DPD says, did anyone hear that Coquette Donnie Jr. is in talks with Amazon to reboot the fucking Apprentice? Who the fuck wants to see that? Yeah, somebody said that. Who was it? I heard that. It might have been on Tommy on Political Punk, or it might have been Hal, I forget. Or it might have been both. But yeah, I heard that. I never watched the original, so I'm not going to watch the second one if they bring it back. Yeah, Big Hook says it's the borrow against the stock scam where you can't tax debt from a bank loan. That's for Elon Musk's personal wealth. Okay, so Elon Musk will say I made $0 or I made $1, and because he takes a loan against his stock value and he lives off the loan, right? Okay, I understand that. What I don't understand is the actual Tesla company paying $0. I guess corporations are people, I guess. So I guess Tesla, the company, can do the same thing. Tesla, the company, can get loans on its stock value. And then does Tesla, the company, say they made $0 money? That doesn't make sense. So I can understand Elon Musk, the individual. I don't agree with it, but I can understand how that works. I don't understand how it works for Tesla, the company, being able to to claim zero to pay zero, unless they're somehow just writing off everything. They're depreciating and writing off everything. That used to be something that was highly scrutinized as to what you could write off. So it just doesn't make sense to me that the company that had an income of $5.7 billion is able to write everything down to zero. That doesn't make sense. The Elon Musk individual income tax, I understand how that works. I don't understand how it works with the company, with the corporation or whatever. Jolie says, I have 5 accounts, all trucker drawing vans. Thank you, Jolie. DPD says they don't only want to keep their money, they want to keep ours too. Yeah, they want it all. They want all of it. They want it all. It's just greed upon greed upon greed. You know, when you could be worth $800 billion and that's not enough, there's something wrong with you. There's something very, very wrong. There's something very, very wrong with you. You know. Hey, Brooklyn, SJU. Good to see you, Brooklyn. Brooklyn's here. Says you're here. You're here. I'm here. We're all here. We've been waiting for you, Brooklyn. We've been waiting for you. Where you been? You been working out? You working out? Were you in the gym? Big Hook says, when criminals write the laws and legislation under which they are taxed, this is why billionaires don't pay nearly enough percentage of taxes compared to the rest of us. That's how the Republican Party works. They don't write the laws that they put up. No, the lobbyists come in. They just hand it right over to the Republican senators and the Republican House members, and they say, "Here, this is what we want. Put this through." That's what they do. Woke Mike is here. Hey, Woke Mike, good to see you. Woke says, "Yes, the gym. At the gym, gonna work out. Gonna get pumped up. I'm gonna pump you up." All right, so I've got one more meme. Got one more little meme. What's this one say? Oh, this is one I finally copied this because this person, Jackie A, I guess it stands for Jackie's Academy, posts this almost every day, I think on Substack, right? And I restack it every time I see it. But Jackie A wants to make sure we don't forget that Donald Trump raped a 13-year-old girl. He punched her in the face when she bit his penis. The FBI found the child's story to be credible. Never stop talking about this. Post about it every day. White supremacists are hell-bent on normalizing child rape. Do not let them. And I see this person and maybe some others that post oops. that have been posting something like this, almost every day for a while now. We with all of the stuff, that Trump throws at us, Iran war, all this shit, don't be distracted to the point that we forget about the Epstein files and we forget what Donald Trump has been accused of, and the FBI took it as a very credible report. That's who we're dealing with here. And there are things that people have been seeing in the unredacted files that is horrifying. And they're trying to get those out. We need to get those out. Of course, Trump is blocking that in every way he can to keep the rest of those millions of files that have not been released. The ones we've seen so far are just scratching the surface. They're nothing compared to what's in there. So we need to keep hammering on about that. We can't let this go. You don't let this kind of thing go. Big Hook says, I hope someone links all the Epstein files unredacted onto the web. Danny Pomeroy says there is a child confession locked up in a New York judge safe and the FBI never looks at it. Congress wants it. DPD says that corporations can legally minimize their tax liability by accelerated depreciation. I kind of mentioned that depreciation, which deduct the assets quicker. They can write off the full cost of their capital investments. Big Hook says, DPD, this is what Trump has been doing his whole life. It's one thing to minimize your tax liability. I think it's another thing entirely to completely wipe out your tax liability down to zero. I don't think it's supposed to work that way. It's supposed to give businesses, it's supposed to help businesses so they can free up money so they can reinvest that money back into their companies with more research and development, with buying new equipment, with hiring more people or new people if they need to. That's what it's intended for. It's not intended for them to be able to just completely wipe out their tax liability down to zero and live scot-free every year, There's something wrong. Something wrong here. Something very, very wrong. And I'm sure if you went over those finances with a fine-tooth comb, if they were to get audited by a truly, by an auditor that wasn't, from Trump, they would probably find all kinds of things written off that weren't supposed to be written off. They would be finding all kinds of mistakes and intentional or unintentional, probably mostly intentional. I mean, that's why Trump's fucking accountants go to jail. Thomas Walker says all day today, no shopping day. Yeah, all day. You can't go till tomorrow. Thomas, no shopping until tomorrow. I did the wise thing. I stocked up yesterday. I got a 6-pack of beer, a roll of toilet paper, Really, just a little thing of Haagen-Dazs ice cream. I didn't even get a big container. I just got the little whatever size that is, and a slice of pizza. But I already ate that yesterday. Yeah. So yeah, no shopping today, Thomas. Gotta wait till tomorrow. Deepa D says corporations can also create net operating losses. They can carry over. Yep, they can carry the loss over for the future years in order to offset the future profits, which eliminates taxes and gains. Like you say, or someone said, these things are written by the corporation's lawyers, basically, and they give them to their Congress people that they've bought and said, look, this is what we want. Put this in. This is what we want. And they're like, okay. And probably getting Burger King bags full of cash besides the campaign funding that they get. Danny Pomeroy says all Republicans are doing is making America as safe as Russia economy. Where do Americans think Project 25 comes from? A Republican think tank. Yeah. Thomas Walker, same here, Trigger. So you went and got some beer, stocked up on some beer and ice cream, I guess. Danny Pomeroy says, later Patriots United, we stand divided, Republicans will fall. Yeah, let's stand united. Let's stand united together. Otherwise, as Thomas Paine said, we'll all hang separately. Wasn't it Thomas Paine? Who said that? Now, who was the one that said this? Let's all hang together, or else we'll all hang separately. I know I butchered that whole thing. It wasn't Thomas Paine. It was Fifi Lecoq. Where'd I come up with that name? No, who was it that said that? Who made who's the famous saying? The famous saying. Come on, guys. You guys know. You know who I'm talking about, right? Fifi Lepeau. No. Was it Thomas Paine? No, it wasn't Thomas Paine. It was Lee Greenbaum. It wasn't Benjamin Franklin. No. Lee Greenwood. Was it Lee Greenwood? No, it wasn't Lee Greenwood. It was not Lee Greenwood. Wait. Give me. What was it? Give me dignity. No, give me something, or give me death. Give me liberty, or give me death. No, give me hangman noose. No, I can't remember. Or give me death. No, it wasn't Jefferson. And then didn't he say, if we don't hang together, we'll all hang separately? Wasn't that part of the same quote? Give me liberty, or give me death. Was it Thomas Paine, or was that Pepe Le Pew? Pepe Le Pew. No, it wasn't Pepe Le Pew. It wasn't Jefferson. It wasn't Benjamin Franklin. It wasn't George Washington. None of them got hanged. This guy who said that actually got hanged. It wasn't Washington. It wasn't Lee Greenwood. Give me liberty, or give me death. Who said that? It wasn't Washington or Franklin. Not Franklin. Franklin didn't get hanged. The guy actually got hanged. They actually hanged the guy. Was it Thomas Paine? Nathan Hale? Who the fuck is that? No, I'm just kidding. Of course I know Nathan Hale. No. I don't think it was Nathan Held. Patrick Henry. There you go, Barbara. Ding, 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 ding. Do I have a ding? Do I have some ding, ding, ding thing I could do? Do we have a ding, ding, ding? Do I have a ding, ding, ding? Do something like this. Well, that wasn't very much. That wasn't a thing. I'm trying to celebrate. Barbara Nicholas she gets the award for coming through. Yes. It was Patrick Henry. Thomas Paine was a writer, right? He didn't get hanged. But poor old Patrick Henry, I think they hanged his ass. Well, yeah, thank you, Barbara Nicholas. There you go. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding for Barbara Nicholas. And by the way, if you hadn't hit the subscribe button, hit that subscribe button. And if you know anybody else in the world that hasn't subscribed, get them to subscribe. But yeah, it was good old Patrick Henry. Patrick Henry. DPD coming in after Barbara Nicholas. Said, give me liberty or give me death. I thought somewhere in there he said, if we don't hang together, we'll all hang separately. But I don't know. Jolie says, Patrick Henry famously said, give me liberty or give me death during his speech on March 23rd, 1775 to the Second Virginia Convention at St. John's Church, Richmond, Virginia. Did he get hanged? I thought they hanged him. Okay, didn't someone very heroically and bravely say that as they were being hanged? I don't know. Or just before they were going to get hanged? Patrick Swayze. MJ Daniel coming in from Washington State. Barbara Nicholas, Siri my friend. Danny Pomeroy says, America's reality is Republican fake news is dividing Republicans. After the Supreme Court, Trump lost most of his black voters, over 70% left. We need to hold the line and welcome voters in. Well, you know what? He's not winning over the black vote now, is he? I don't think, with the VRA being taken away. Big Hook Google search. So can you searchers search me? Did they hang him? I thought someone was like saying that as the rope was being put around the neck. Maybe they'll hang separately. I mean, that's a whole different person. Big Hook, I think you are confusing the movie Braveheart. In Braveheart, no, they drew and quartered William Wallace. They didn't hang him. He was drawn and quartered. And there was very little hanging in that movie. Lots of stabbing and decapitating and throat slitting. Very little hanging in Braveheart, as I recall. DVD says Patrick Henry died from cancer, I believe. Did they even have cancer back then? I know that sounds so stupid. It seems like, everybody dies of cancer in the 20th century, in the 21st century. But back in the 18th and 17th, 18th century, no one died of cancer. Of course, they were all dying of cancer, but they didn't know what it's called. They didn't know. They just called it whooping cough or something. I don't know. Anyhow, poor Patrick Henry. I didn't know that. Well, someone died very valiantly, was being hanged by the redcoats, by those skeezy English soldiers and army. Someone was being hanged. It was during the fucking Revolutionary War, American Revolutionary War. Do you guys remember? And I thought he said, like, hey, man, we better hang together. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm probably, I feel like I should do an episode of Drunk History. I don't know. Even though I'm not drunk. Hey, man, if we get to 5K Hennessy Day, maybe I'll do Drunk History on that day. Because I'll be drinking that bottle of Hennessy. Okay, so I guess Jolie says Benjamin Franklin is credited with saying, we must indeed. I wonder what Benjamin Franklin sounded like. Here's what I think he sounded like. Here's what I think he sounded like. Okay. We must indeed. No. What the fuck did he sound like, I wonder? He probably sounded just like me. He probably just sounded like this. We must indeed all hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately. Okay, so Benjamin Franklin said that. It wasn't Thomas Paine, and it wasn't Patrick Henry. And for some reason, I remember reading in my U.S. history book, someone was being hanged, and they said something profound. And apparently, unless he knew of these quotes and just repeated them, I don't know. But someone was being hanged, some patriot, some American patriot that was fighting against the skeezy redcoats was being hanged. And just before they put the noose around his neck, he said something very profound. Maybe profane too. I don't know. And I don't know why. Where maybe, and that's not Braveheart, but I don't know. But yeah, okay. So Benjamin said, "We must indeed all hang together, all most assuredly we shall all hang separately." That was Ben Franklin. Was that in the Philadelphia Convention that he said that, when they were trying to write what were they writing? Declaration of Independence or the Constitution? I can't remember. It's all jumbled up there. It's all jumbled up in the old noggin. Big Hook says, back then it was natural causes unless you died at the hands of another. Yeah. Probably had black lung disease and their natural causes. I don't know. Big Hook said, Nathan Hale. Okay, Aaron's going to get that Nathan Hale reference in. Okay, so Nathan Hale, 1755 to 1766. Wow, he was pretty young. 21? He was only 21? Is most known as an American Revolutionary War patriot and spy for the Continental Army who was executed by the British. Maybe it was Nathan Hale who said something very profound just before they executed him. Brooklyn, that sounds like RFK. Well, Jr. No, not quite. I didn't quite go RFK Jr. RFK Jr. would be like, we must indeed stand together. And his face would turn all red. I'm going to make my face turn red right now. This is why RFK Jr. I'm RFK Jr. and I eat fucking possum penis or whatever the fuck it was. God, that was exhausting. Oh yes. This is it, Aaron West. Aaron West, you get some stars. Thank you. I think this was it. The profound thing I was thinking. Okay, he is celebrated for his patriotism, and I probably did see this in my U.S. history book in like junior high or something. He is celebrated for his patriotism, particularly the famous, likely apocryphal last words, "I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country." Thank you, Nathan Hale, and thank you, Aaron West, for doing that. All you guys are great. Thanks for playing along in our little history test, because they're all great. Jolie with the Benjamin Franklin. See, I was in my mind, my great stable genius mind, I think I was mixing all this shit up. But Ben Franklin's the one that said, yes, we all need to hang together, or else we most surely will hang separately. It was Patrick Henry who said, "Give me liberty or give me death," and it was Nathan Hale who actually was executed by the skeezy redcoats, who says he regretted that he only has but one life to give for his country. Very heroic, all of them, especially Nathan Hale. And I think somehow in my mind, maybe I just sort of put those all together. Yeah. Mrs. Spock laughing my ass off. Mrs. Spock says, "Don't do RFK Jr. TJ. You will strain your vocal cords." Yeah, I was about ready to burst a blood vessel in my neck, I think. Josh says, "Who said get your hands off me, you dirty ape?" Well, the actor, it was Charlton Heston in Planet of the Apes, in which I wasn't in that movie. I was only about 7 when they made that movie. But in the remake in 2001, I was a gorilla. And Charlton Heston had a cameo in that movie, by the way. But let's see. So Charlton Heston, his character's name. What was Charlton Heston's character's name? I should know it in the original Planet of the Apes. I should know his fucking name. What was his fucking name? I can't remember. Charlton Heston's character in Planet of the Apes. They usually just said his last name. He had, it was pretty much like they would just say his last name, I think. Something like what was his fucking name? Like Waters or something. I can't remember his name. Hey, Robert Press from down San Diego ways. Robert says, "Don't shit your pants, Johnny," imitating JFK. I may have sharded just a bit in doing that. In full disclosure, I might have sharded just a bit. Robert Nicholas, I thought Trucker was constipated. Well, that's how RFK always looks. He looks like he's constipated and he's sitting on the toilet trying to squeeze one out. Taylor, thank you, Mr. Spock, the Fowler. Taylor, that was it. Ding, 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 to Mr. Spock, the Fowler. Benjamin Hook. I almost called Benjamin Hook for some reason. Benjamin Button, Big Hook, the Big Canuck says, Canadian who got Benjamin Franklin quote correct. Isn't it ironic? Who got it correct? Jolie's not Canadian. Anyhow, Taylor, yeah. I think you had the spelling right the first time. Yeah, DBD says, has anyone heard of the House of Habsburg? I'm just going to go on record right before I read the rest of the post. I'm going to say no, I have not. Anyhow, the House of Habsburg, they were from the Spanish branch, and they were terrified of someone marrying into the family and taking their fortune, so they started inbreeding with each other. I've never heard of the House of Habsburg, but if you watch Game of Thrones, I think there's a lot of that in Games of Thrones. And apparently that was kind of somewhat common, I guess, in a lot of these kind of royal families. That's probably where the expression "keep it in the family" comes from. You know, keep it all in the family. Big Hook says you're really going back in the hot tub time machine, asking us to recall 60s and 70s TV, iconic TV. Big Hook, we hang together or we hang separately. Yeah, we already went over that. Yep, that was old Benny Franklin. Do you think George ever called Ben Franklin Benny? Think he ever went like, "Hey Benny, how's that kite flying going?" You know? Did he go, "Hey Benny, you like flying a kite at night when the lightning's out? How's that going?" But Benny and the Congress. Remember I talked about that crash? I think the crash is coming. That crash I get after I eat oatmeal for breakfast. I think I'm starting to crash a little bit. Just a little bit. Or it might be just doing too many RFK impersonations. But Benny and the Jets. Benny, 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 Benny. Do-do-do-do. I'm just trying to figure out how I can get my. I used to have this thing on here. Is this it? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. Just seeing where my battery's at. I think we're good. We're good on battery. Brooklyn, a carb coma. Big Hook says, do you think the midterms will be a complete disaster for the Republicans? I do. I know we're afraid about whatever Trump and his cronies are going to try to do to make it harder for people to vote. But I think we're going to overcome that. I think we're going to overwhelm the ballot box with such. I think we're going to have a pretty good turnout. We need to have a high turnout. So we can't get frightened by these things. We have to just do it. We can't be deterred. We just need to get in there and vote. And I think it's going to be a big blue giant tsunami. But I've said that before and have been wrong before. But along the way here, we've seen these special elections, and we've seen other elections where Democrats really overperformed, and we've seen them flip seats over and over again now. So those are all positive signs of what could happen in November. I think without a doubt, as long as all the votes get in and get counted and everything's free and fair and on the up and up, I think for sure, without a doubt, we'll get the House. And I think we've got a good shot at getting the Senate. And then let's get it and let's keep it. Like I said, no more of this swinging back and forth bullshit. Let's get the House. Let's get the Senate in 2028. Let's get the White House. Let's get some things done. Let's get some shit done. And now, no more of this swinging back and forth. I'm talking to you, American voters. No more of this swinging back and forth. We need to get a good 40 or 50 year run of just Democratic fucking majorities. 40 or 50 years of Democrats just getting shit done and making up for all the lost time, making up for all the fucking Reagan years and the Bush years and the fucking Trump years that have just set us back so far back. I mean, just that alone, between the Bushes and Reagan and now Trump, that's like what, 28 years? Right? Because we had Reagan for 8 years, Bush Sr. for another 4, that's 12. Bush Jr. for another 8, that's 20. And now we're going to have Trump for 2 terms, that's 28 years. We've got 28 years we got to make up for. So we need to have at least 28 years of just Democratic fucking rule. And I think even more and beyond that, to make up for all the time we've lost, our time in advancing our electrical grid to be more renewable and less reliant on fossil fuels, for crying out loud. To step into the 21st century and have fucking national health care instead of having have it be run by the health insurance companies that are really don't care anything other than about profits. They don't care about people. They don't care about people's health. All they care about is profits. We need to make up for all this income gap widening. More and more, a bigger gap between the rich and the poor and the fewer people in the middle. All this stuff, environmental stuff, everything, health. We need a good 28, 30, 40, 50 years of just Democratic rule. None of this, no more swinging back and forth. That's got to end. Robert Perez, never ask whom you're going to win. Exactly, I don't. That's why I'm worried. Big Hook says my worry is that with the SCOTUS decision, that gerrymandering will reduce Dems in southern states unless the blue states do the same to eliminate Republican districts. Well, that's what the Democrats have been doing. They've been fighting fire with fire, and they will continue to do so. They'll just continue to do that. DPD says we need to impeach the illegitimate SCOTUS and expand the courts. No more talking, just fucking do it. I'm all for expanding the courts. And as far as impeaching, if we could do that, I think we would have to wait till 2029 when we have a Democrat president sworn in, and if we have a Democratic Congress, then maybe we can talk about impeaching some people there. Certainly expanding the court, I'm all for that 100%. I said that, I think, yesterday. Expand it to 13. Robert Nicholas says, I don't like this redistricting and gerrymandering going on, losing seats. I don't either. But as AOC said yesterday, they've been for 10 years now trying to get through like nonpartisan gerrymandering or nonpartisan districts. And the Republicans have shut it down and voted against it every single time. They don't even bring it up. They won't even bring it up. And AOC says, so in the meantime, we're going to have to just play by the rules that there are. And so the Democrats will just fight fire with fire. Yeah, I tried to see what Aaron was saying. That's pretty gross, and I was like, I had to go back and go, oh yeah, the Habsburg thing. Yeah, the Habsburg family died out in 1700 due to extreme inbreeding, which resulted in the death of King Charles II. Over 90% of the marriages from 1516 to 1700 were all between close relatives. I guess I didn't read that one. I read the first one about it, but I'd never heard that before. But I've just heard that there was a lot of inbreeding with these royal families, and that is gross. DPD says, I'll tell you something else that pisses me off. Okay. Pisses me off of ACB. Adopted 2 African American children. What's ACB? Yeah. Adopted 2 American children and I don't know who we're talking about. Who's ACB? Adopted. No. I think are you talking about? Aren't you talking about Coney Barrett? Yeah. Yeah. What's her first name starts with A? Okay, so Coney Barrett. Okay. I guess that's what you're talking about. Supreme Court Justice, right? Adopted 2 African American children, and she has the nerve to eviscerate her daughter's reproductive rights and stripped away their rights to vote. Yeah, because she's so into this thing about being subordinate to men. That's her background, I think. She is like fucking handmaid, right? Big Cook. I prefer to expand to 21 and have 3 separate courts that can handle everything that currently overwhelms the system. 13 would be fine and be good enough. Josh C says, is Jim Jordan related to the Habsburg jaw? I don't know about that. Yeah, Amy Coney Barrett. There you go. Yeah. Amy Coney Barrett. It's Coney, not Coney, but okay. Yeah, it took me a minute to figure that out. I don't know. Big Hook, performative camouflage. Yeah, Amy Coney Barrett, she grew up in this church, this very sort of this, I guess, a sect of the Catholic Church, but they even had handmaids, and before The Handmaid's Tale came out, she's a handmaid. So I guess it's not too surprising. I mean, it's awful. It's still awful, but it's not too surprising that she would rule in ways that put women in subordinate roles. They have no domain over their bodies. They have no autonomy over their bodies. They can't make their own reproductive choices. The thing I found really surprising, who was it that was playing, was it 21st Century Suffragettes yesterday? I saw them play a video, I think it was over there. They played a video that showed like all these women saying that they don't think women should have a right to vote. I mean, is that crazy or what? Why would you want to take away your own right? Now, I want to say that these women are brainwashed or whatever, but I don't know, man. It's so weird. Just to hear now, I don't know statistically how many women feel that way. I'm hoping it's a very, very small percentage. But just to see this video where all these women were saying, "Yeah, I think women shouldn't have the right to vote. Women shouldn't be allowed to vote." To hear those words coming out of the mouth of a woman, it's just so perplexing. It doesn't make any sense. I guess it's like a black person saying that we should still have slavery or something. You know, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't compute. You know, why would a black person want to bring back slavery? Right? That would be crazy. Why would a woman want to get rid of voting rights? That doesn't make any sense. And those voting rights were hard fought. You know, this suffragette movement, the right to get women to vote, be able to vote nationally across the nation, across the country, was a long, hard fought war or battle or whatever you want to call it, fight. And finally, we're able to get that amendment through. But it took a long time. And now women are not women, I shouldn't say women, like, I'm sure it's a very small percentage. And when you see a video like that, you know, you got to take that with a grain of salt, unless you can get some sort of evidence or of what the percentage is of women that feel that way. It's just hard to say, but still, seeing the video and actually seeing some women on these videos say that they think women should not be allowed to vote. It's just another one of those head shaking moments. But if anyone knows of any studies or polling that's gone on, I would really hope that the percentage of women that feel that way, I would really hope that it's like less than 1%. You know, but what if it's 20%? What if it's 25%? What if it's 30% of women that believe that? That would be crazy, wouldn't it? That would be crazy. Big Cook says Diane referred to them as being just a willing wormhole for MAGA men. Yeah. Yeah, I think I heard that. I think I remember that now. Josh C says it sounds almost like Stockholm syndrome. It's and see, this is the type of thing that I think is being taught in these, not all churches, but in these white nationalist churches, the white nationalism that they're, of course, racist as fuck, and they're also misogynistic as fuck. And they teach that men are the head of the household, and what they say goes, and that the woman has really no voice in it whatsoever. The woman is subservient to the man. And these women that are in those type of churches, they believe that shit. And so if their man is saying, I don't think women should have the right to vote, then of course the women are going to say the same thing. So I guess that's where it comes from. I think it comes from the white nationalist churches. That type of thing, that type of belief. Brooklyn says, I guess they won't be voting for Kamala. They should actually not even vote. If they don't believe a woman should have the right to vote, even though they legally have the right to vote, if they believe that a woman should not have the right to vote, then why are they voting? They shouldn't be voting at all. I think, I don't know. But it's kind of a really discouraging thing to see that video. It's very discouraging. It's a head shaking moment. But I'm hoping that those women don't represent a very large number of women. I'm hoping it's like less than 1% of the women believe that way. But who knows? But it's all this white nationalist bullshit. Squirrel Girl, $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Sorry I missed the live stream. Well, you're here. You made it. So thank you so much. Yippee. And thank you so much. I do appreciate you for doing that, Squirrel Girl. With 43 seconds to spare. Look at that. The goal is winding down. 37 seconds. And so we got one in at the wire. Thank you, Squirrel Girl. Appreciate you. So we're off to a start. That's the start. This is May 1st. You know what? And I'm not counting that as a violation of the May Day of today's May Day general strike, because I won't see that $10 until June 21st, I think it is. So, just so you know. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yippee, Squirrel Girl. Yep. But we're off to a start for our May numbers. See if we can beat 250 something for the month. But more importantly, I need subscribers. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. I mean to say I didn't appreciate it. And again, never required, but always greatly appreciated. Squirrel Girl says, I spent the morning at the emergency room and afternoon sleeping. Oh my gosh. Well, I hope you're okay. Squirrel Girl, hope you're all right. I'm glad you're home. Yeah, get some rest. Whatever you need. DPD says those are Republican women who feel, but I don't think it's all Republican women who feel that way. I think it's a sliver of these white nationalists that go to these like white nationalist churches. But yeah, DPD says these are Republican women who feel that way. So don't be fooled into thinking if we do have a woman president that things would change for the better, especially if they have this mindset. Well, the woman who gets elected is not going to have that mindset. So I don't understand what you're saying. I think if we had a good woman president like Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris, I think things would go pretty well, overall to whatever the extent that a president can do. I think that we would be doing a hell of a lot better than we're doing now under Trump. So, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Squirrel Girl says, I've been sick. It hit me hard at 1 a.m. Wow. Well, I hope you get well really soon. And I hope over there at the ER they sent you home with something good to help you out, and you can be on your way to feeling better real soon. DPD, wait for June 21st. Why does it take that long? Because they pay once a month, and it's like, so everything in May won't get paid till June. It's always around the 21st. So the 21st of this month will be April. So it's always a month behind. So May 21st, I'll get paid for April. June 21st or thereabouts, I'll get paid for May. That's how Google does it. Once a month, and it's like for the previous month. Big Cook says we need TJ to do another live stream of Hal performing in Nerd Halen if possible. Well, if he does one in Vegas, I'll see if I can do it. Right now, he's going out to Chicago, out there just off the Dan Ryan in Chicago, to do a Nerd Halen thingy. And I can't make it to Chicago right now. I'd love to go to Chicago. I've never actually been, other than driving through on the Dan Ryan. I've never spent any time in Chicago. I've just driven by it on the Dan Ryan. What is that, I-80 or I-90 or whatever the hell it is? But I'd love to go there and actually spend some time in Chicago. Catch me a Nerd Halen concert. Squirrel Girl says, yes, they sent me home with meds. Good. Well, I hope they're good meds, and I hope it's going to make you feel better. I hope you feel better soon, Squirrel Girl. Josh C says, I figure my wife is smarter at half of things and I am for the rest, so we respect each other's opinions. Yeah, because you guys aren't white nationalists. I don't think. You don't belong to a white nationalist church, I don't think. You don't belong to any type of white nationalist parties or groups. See, you guys don't have that mindset because you guys are normal, and you're it should be where you guys have you work together as a team, and you each bring your own strengths to the marriage. You have your strengths, she has her strengths, and you have your weaknesses, she has her weaknesses, and you help each other. You make up for each other's faults or weaknesses with your own strengths, and you come together as a team. That's the way it's supposed to be. So you guys aren't what these other women are coming from, some sort of white nationalist, misogynistic fucking Handmaid's Tale. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, boss? Why am I doing that? Why am I channeling Tommy all the time? Anyhow, Big Oak says heart attack symptoms are very different in women. I am told sometimes as migraines and jaw pain. DPD says, what I am saying, TJ, is that we do have women who are in Congress and the Senate who vote against other women. I would love to see a woman president in my lifetime. Yeah, and those women that you're speaking of are probably all Republicans, right? I doubt there's any Democratic women that vote against other women. And so it's a Republican thing. They're Republicans. That's why you got to vote them out. You got to vote them out every single and married. Thank you, Mad Mac. One of them. Vote them out. Don't vote for them. Vote for Democrats. Because the Republican Party is shyshin. I don't know. It's shite. It's shit. It's crap. It's poop. Don't vote for those Republicans. And I know you don't, and I know most of us don't in here. But in case this ever gets seen by someone who is a Republican, you should not be voting for Republicans because it's not doing you any good. Really, if you're voting for Republicans, all you're doing is voting for Elon Musk to not pay any taxes. And you take up the slack. Damon Dog, the big dog's here. Damon Dog, the big dog's here. Damon Dog, the big dog's here. Damon wants to know, did the font change? I'm not sure what font. What font? Are you talking about the background? The Trucker John live stream background? I've alternated that. I've used that. There's 2 or 3 different screens that I use. And I've been using this one for a few weeks now, I think. You talking about this over here? I alternate it through. Damon Dog, the big dog is here. Yeah. Damon Dog. Oh, I guess Boston Brian's over because he ain't on my TV no more. Let's see, who else is coming on today? Breaking: Trump doesn't hold back in response to Iran's new proposed end to war. We got Nicole Sandler. She's got, I guess, Marcy Wheeler. She's pretty good. I'm going to put Nicole on my TV. I'm going to give Nicole a thumbs up. There you go. All righty then. So where were we at? Font. We're talking about font. Squirrel Girl, did you get? Yes, I did. Squirrel Girl, thank you so much. Squirrel Girl, yes, sent a PayPal. Do you get your PayPal right away? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said it. Yeah, yes, you do. And you did. There was nothing. Okay, I'm going to shut up now. Yes, it comes right away. PayPal and Buy Me a Coffee are pretty much instant. So I should have maybe not said anything. I don't know. Anyhow, DPD says you compliment each other. Oh, talking about, I guess, Josh. It's not 50, 60. It's 100, 100 in my household. Yeah, there you go. Luck Dragon is popping in. Maybe some people from Boston Brian are coming over. I don't know. Luck Dragon says, I didn't even know Trucker was live. Okay, I just saw the notification. I don't know, did you? Yeah, I came on live today because today is no school, no work, no shopping day. Are you doing that, Luck Dragon? Are you doing the no shopping, no school, no work today? Just curious. I'm just curious. Damon Dog, the font of the comments in chat changed on my phone. Oh. I don't know. I don't know nothing about that. David Dog, I forgot. Boston Brian Raidish. Well, I appreciate you coming over. I do appreciate you coming on over. Make sure you hit that like, that thumbs up button. Like, subscribe, share. Bethany Arball's here. Hey, Bethany, good to see you. Thanks for popping on in. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for coming on in. Oh, thank you very much. Josh says, Damon, is it all dripping in blood? Damon Dog, instant coffee? Yuck. Who's got instant coffee? Who's drinking the instant? DBD says, I had no idea it took that long for you to receive your money at TJ. Yeah, it's just they pay once a month, and it's like for the previous month. So you're always like a month behind. Look, Dragon says, how to give you my phone number? I would have left Boston Brian an hour ago if I knew Trucker was live. Hi, lobsters. DPD, how to give you my phone number. So you want to give DPD your phone number? I don't know. I'm confused. David Dog says, you said the buy me a coffee was, oh, yeah, that's funny. Yeah, funny, Damon. Damon Dog, yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, the buy me a coffee. Yeah, we're talking. Yeah, because they were yeah, I get it. It's a pun. It's kind of a pun. I think the pun was intended. Pun intended, right? Anyhow, Blood Dragon, just kidding. Lobsters. Was that what you're kidding? Because you called us lobsters? We're trucklers. We're trucklers. Basically. We're truckler stars. I don't know. Brooklyn says it was very funny. In case Damon Dog felt, like I wasn't giving it its due. Squirrel Girl, which one's the best? Buy me a coffee or PayPal? For future reference. I think PayPal. If we're talking about expedience, PayPal is probably the fastest, quickest. They do take a little fee out, but I guess you can't get away from it. I guess Buy Me a Coffee does too. So, but PayPal's probably the best, I guess. Blood Dragon says, I'm not spending a dime today, but my girlfriend did have to go to work. I told her about it. I'm hoping she says today was very slow at the restaurant, but I doubt it. Yeah, we'll see. Someone said that, wow, I think Nicole's over with now, I think, because now it's a different show. You know how when shows are over. Well, is it over or not over? Yeah, I guess she's over with. Anyhow, that's so funny. Her picture she has. DBD, sorry, TJ, I don't have PayPal. That's fine, guys. It's fine, just the way it is. Like I said, it's never required, but it's always appreciated. Whatever you guys send, for donations to the show, it's always greatly appreciated, but never required. And do it the way that's best for you. If doing super chats are fun, they're just sort of a fun way, I think, to get involved. Super chat, super stickers. But we do have PayPal. I have PayPal and the Buy Me a Coffee. That you can use also, and those are more instant. Risking a Damon Dog joke. Those are more instant, more quicker. And there's the links that Jolie got. There's the Buy Me a Coffee link, and there's the PayPal link. Now on the Buy Me a Coffee link, if you go in there, there is kind of like it's almost like a social media page. Like, I mean, in a way, like I was starting to do, like I was going to try to do like little monthly kind kind of like newsletters, and I think I've written maybe one or two things over like 2 or 3 years that I've had that account, and I was trying to do something for, because you can get memberships just like you can get a membership here on this channel, a YouTube membership. You can go to Buy Me a Coffee, and you can buy a membership there also and become a member. And so I was trying to do something for the members, and I thought I would try to do like a monthly newsletter. Like I said, I think I've only written maybe 2, and I feel really bad about it because, you know, I was just trying to do something. I don't know, you know, if you're going to be a member, you should get something besides just being able to gaze upon my good looks. And so I was going to try to write like a little newsletter, and so I'm going to do that. Maybe people should just get on my ass about that too. To write, because I used to be a newspaper writer. I've gotten rewards for writing. I can put a sentence or two together, and I should probably do that. I should probably do a little newsletter. Like I said, my intent was to do it like every month. So if you want to go to the Buy Me a Coffee, even if you don't, I'm not sure what you see actually, unless you become a member. I'm not sure what you would see. But if you go to Buy Me a Coffee, just check it out. You might be able to see the couple of things I've written. Like I said, I was gonna try to do regular newsletters. Maybe go on there if you can read it. Let me know what you think. You might say, you know, Trucker John, you should probably not write anymore because this was hideous. Or you could say, hey, look, that wasn't bad. Maybe keep doing it. You know, just give me some encouragement. Maybe if I get some encouragement, maybe I'll write more. Maybe I'll write something for it. But I would like to give members something, and I'm bad at doing that, even here on YouTube and on the Buy Me a Coffee. I was trying to do something, but maybe I need some encouragement. So if you guys go to Buy Me a Coffee, I'm not, like I said, I'm not even sure how it works, if you can see what I wrote. I think there's a thing where you can see little things I've written in there, and maybe give me a little encouragement, and maybe I'll keep doing it. And by encouragement, I don't mean money. I just mean feedback. I need, you know, like, hey, that was good, write some more. Or, now that was shitty, please stop. I don't know. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Josh says, I thought I didn't have PayPal until I had to pay a ticket, and PayPal told me I already had PayPal. Well, sometimes, I know for me, I forget half the shit that I do, and then I'm going to download something, and then they're like, create an account, and then you put your email in it, and it goes, there's already an account for this email. I'm like, what? Big O says something is wrong with my YouTube account. Super stickers no longer work. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. There might be settings, maybe something in the settings or something. I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know what's going on with that. DPD says TJ now. No, it says, well, maybe. Now, you probably won't remember, but I wouldn't hold it against you if you were to subscribe to Prime or Amazon. I do subscribe to Prime. You got to do what you got to do. It was chat that happened long ago. Oh, you wouldn't hold it against me if I do. I do, because I'm watching The Boys. That show, The Boys. And the whole thing is basically, I think, especially this season, is like one giant like metaphor for Donald Trump. Especially, I know it's been, you know, the whole show is sort of not a hidden, but a metaphor for politics and about, I think, you know, right wing and MAGA and all that shit. That's been infused in the show, I think, from the beginning. But now I'm seeing Homelander. Homelander is like the main character. He's sort of like if Superman was a psycho. Basically, if you don't know the show, it's like if Superman was a fucking psycho, like a sociopathic psycho, this is what you'd be dealing with. This would be the fear of dealing with that. And so, and so much now in Homelander, I see Trump. Anyhow, I have Amazon Prime to watch that show, and if you can hold your nose and pay the $10 or whatever for Amazon Prime, whatever it is, I highly recommend that show. But anyhow, there's other shows to watch. You guys like Downtown Abbey or whatever, so go watch that. MJ Daniel, right. Well, you haven't even read what I wrote, probably. So if you can go to Buy Me a Coffee, and I think you can read what I wrote for free. I don't think you have to become a member, but I might be wrong. And I don't even remember what it cost for these memberships over there, to tell the truth. But if you want to go over there, read what I wrote, and then tell me if you want me to continue writing or not. Big Hook says, you give us a forum to comment, and that's enough. Yeah, it's certainly you guys can come in here and post your little heart's content, pretty much. DVD, you got it, TJ. So the link is above the Buy Me a Coffee. Go in there, check it out. You don't have to. I'm not trying to get money. I think you can read my little things that I wrote for free. I think I should. I feel bad that I feel like it might sound like I'm trying to trick you to go over there, but it's not like if you go over there and then you automatically get billed or something. That's not how, but anyhow, check out the Buy Me a Coffee. Just check it out. You don't have to donate anything. Just go check it out and give me some feedback, maybe. And because I like to write. Writing is weird because it's like I like to write. I've written screenplays. I've written short stories. I've written newspaper articles. I've won really a kind of a prestigious award in California for writing a news article on former Surgeon General Jocelyn Elders. She was doing a book tour. I got to interview her a little bit. I did a story on her, and I won a really good award for that. So I can write, but it's just like, I don't know. It's just like taking the time. Like I'm a slow writer. Like I can't imagine what Heather Cox Richardson does. She's prolific. If I was to write like how she writes, I mean, I would be doing nothing but writing. I would not be able to do anything but just sit and write. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making any sense, but I'm a slow writer. I'm sort of methodical and plotting, and it just seems to take forever. And then I look at what I wrote, and it's like 2 paragraphs. I'm like, what? This took me 3 hours to write these 2 paragraphs. So that's the reason why I think I don't write as much, is because it just seems like it takes so much time to write. Big Hook, isn't this the last season of The Boys? It might be. I don't know. It probably is. This is season 5, I think. This might be it. This might be the last season. But do you watch that, Big Hook? Do you watch that regularly? I think I've always liked the show. I thought it was really good, and it's really getting so creepy now. It's so creepily. The Homelander character is, to me, is so creepily like Trump in so many ways. Just the insecurity of him, all the little hang-ups, everything. The desire to be loved, the suspicions and everything that he has. It's just so much like Trump. MJ Daniel says never got into that show, and now we do not have Prime. Like I say, it might not be for everybody. There's other shows to watch, I guess, but I really like the show. Luck Dragon says, I have a great idea. We should start a Buy Me a Beer channel. Coffee is for losers. There might be one. There might be a Buy Me a Beer channel. I don't know. How about Buy Me a Water? I don't know. Luck Dragon says, I feel bad too because I'm not able to watch your lives at 9 in the morning anymore, but I can catch you at 11. Well, don't feel bad, man. Hey, man, we all have our own lives and our own schedules. And I mean, it is what it is. And we're just happy to have you whenever you can make it, Luck Dragon. Josh sees HCR is awesome. Yeah, she is awesome. I read her every day. She's amazing. Big Hook says it's shot in Vancouver. Of course, like so many shows. A lot of shows are shot there, I think. A lot of shows go up there. I guess they get a good tax break from Canada or something. Something is luring them up there. I think it's tax breaks and incentives of some sort. And plus, it's probably a nice area. DPD says, who knows, TJ? You may be the next Stephen King or Ernest Hemingway. It's never too late to start another craft. Yeah, I wouldn't mind writing some novels, but it takes a lot of discipline to just sit down and devote the time to writing. Josh says, haha, buy me a water might be a thing in our lifetime. Yeah, with the water becoming a big commodity, a big item that some people said that there will be wars fought over. So as it becomes more and more scarce. So, drink them if you got them. Anyhow, today, should we keep going? Because today is no work day. We can't go to work today. I might as well stay here. Should I stay here until my battery wears out? I still got 35% on my battery, I think. So maybe we'll just keep going until the battery dies, or until the battery gets down to 5% or something. I don't know. Unless you guys, is Hal coming on again? Yeah, maybe we might stay on. We might stay on until Hal comes on. We might be able to raid Hal if you guys want to. I don't want to keep you guys, especially my mods, or if the mods got to go. Don't feel. I think are my mods still here? No, I think Jolie's still here. But if the mods got to go and do other things, certainly do so. But I guess we could hang out some more. I don't know. Josh says, DVD says, oh my God, Vancouver, BC is so beautiful. I've always wanted to go there. I used to have a friend that I worked with at the post office. He said he would go up there. He would fly up there. I guess he had a friend up there or something. And we're down in SoCal. And he was saying how beautiful this is back in the 90s, when apparently it was beautiful then too. But no, he was telling me, that he would fly up to Vancouver and spend the weekend with his friend, and they would hang out. And he said it was a great city, and he really talked it up. And I always wanted to go there. And I got pretty close as a truck driver. I got pretty close. I got within smelling distance of the Canadian. I was probably breathing Canadian air. Got pretty close to the state line, or to the the U.S. Canadian border a few times, but I never crossed over. I never went over the line. I never went over the line. And then just up there, Vancouver's not too far from the U.S. Canadian border there. I don't believe. Lord Dragon, buy me some gas. Yeah, buy me. Yeah, that would be a good one. Josh sees DPD. Did you ever see John's short film? And DPD says, which one? Planet of the Apes? No, I never made a short Planet of the Apes film, but I did make a short film. It's called Feet on the Dashboard. I have a YouTube channel dedicated to that. It's like an 8.5-minute film. It's not the greatest film in the world. It really isn't. It has a lot of mistakes in it, but the idea that I was hoping to make, that was sort of like first little film, and then I was going to make some more shorts, and then eventually make a feature length film, and I just never was able to do it. I wasn't able to. So, and this is just back in 2012, so it's not like it was, you know, in the 80s when I was young or whatever. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, but hard to believe it's already been, what, 14 years now. But yeah, we made this little short film. It's about 8.5 minutes long. It's called Feet on the Dashboard. It's not the greatest movie. It's not perfect, but it was a good exercise. It was a good sort of training tool for me. I directed it. I wrote it. I did a lot of the rough. I did the rough editing, or at least I had an editor, and she did a great job editing. But I was driving a truck. I was out on the road, so at that time I had a schedule where I could be home for was it 2 weeks or 1 week? I can't remember now. I think it was just maybe 1 week. I think I was out on the road for 3 weeks, and then I could take a week off. I had that schedule. And I was a company driver. I wasn't an owner operator or an IC at that time. And so I was coming home on my week off, and that's when I started doing casting. And then I was doing, because I was, I already had it all written up. I started doing casting. I had the script all written up, did the casting, and then the next time I came home, I decided who I was gonna, I made the decisions of my actors that I was gonna put in it, and then I went out for 3 weeks, and then we scheduled time to actually shoot. So the editor, her son was also the DP. He was the director of photography. So, and his brother was the sound guy. So we had a mother and her 2 sons was basically my crew, the editor and the cameraman, the sound guy. And then we went out and we shot the thing. Took a couple days to shoot out in the desert, out near where I lived, in the desert there in California. And then, so we took a couple days to shoot, and then we started getting the footage. We had the footage, so I had the footage downloaded into my laptop, and I was giving Leanne. Leanne was the editor, and so what I did is I gave her my rough cuts out on the road. This was the great thing. I thought it was really amazing at the time about how I could do this out on the road in my truck, when I was parked, of course, and I could take our rough cuts, our rough footage, and I put it into what I call a rough cut, and it was pretty close what she came up with, but she was able to really cut it down and get it in everything precise. And she was able to put the sound in, lay the sound in, get a soundtrack on it, and make all the edits. And then we would kind of go back and forth. She would show me what she had. She would send it to me with through a file, PDF file or whatever, and I would watch it on my on my laptop. And then I would say, okay, yeah, this is good. But here's what I meant for this part. And we would just tweak it. We just kept tweaking it back and forth. And we did most of this stuff when I was over the road, which was pretty cool, I thought. And then on my days off, I would come back. I think we did some pickup shots. We did some, we got some more sound that we needed. And it was pretty much done. And then just got it edited together, put it together. And then it was all done. And then my goal was to try to get it into film festivals. So I entered it into a bunch of film festivals. And the thing about that is you got to pay. Most film festivals, you got to pay like $30 to $50 to enter your film into a film festival. That's why film festivals exist, because it's a money making, proposition for them. So I didn't have the money to enter into a lot, but I did enter in. I entered that film probably in, I want to say, at least 10 or 12 festivals, and we only got it accepted. And even if you pay, there's no guarantee it's going to get accepted. And we only got it accepted into one film festival, and that was Polygrind, and it was right here in Vegas. And I didn't live in Vegas then. I lived in California at the time, but it was right here in Vegas. So we got the film at least into one film festival, and they screened it here in Vegas. I came here and watched it, and it was fun. I met some really great people. I met some people, filmmakers from like New York and shit, and that I'm still in contact to this day. Great filmmakers. So we got into the one, and then after that, since I wasn't really getting into any film festivals, I went ahead and posted it on YouTube, and where it got, I think it got like 70 or something thousand views. It's up to like, I think 70 something thousand, and it got like right off the bat, it seemed like it kind of took off. I mean, it got like 40 or 50,000 pretty quickly, and then over the last 12 years, it's gotten some more. So I think it's up to 70 something thousand views. It's called Feet on the Dashboard, and again, that was supposed to just be my sort of introduction to filmmaking. Although I did make a student film a few years before that called The Teacher, in which I wrote and directed and starred in. And I kind of feel bad. I kind of feel like in the credits, if you look at the credits, I think I have that posted somewhere too, maybe on this channel. It's called The Teacher, and I did all the editing. I did all and for the credits, I just put written and directed by, and because it was a class project, and in our group we had 4 or 5 people or 6 people. So I just put all of our names down as being the writers and directors, even though I wrote it and I directed it. And I shouldn't have done that, because we did all have, the group did have specific jobs. Like I was the director, one of the gals, she was the DP. We had another guy who was a sound guy. We had another guy who was a prop guy. I should have just done it that way. Because now when you watch it, if, anyone watches it, it looks like we all get the credit for writing and directing, but that was all me. So I did make The Teacher. That one's about a 5-minute film. So I made The Teacher. I did another thing where I filmed a scene from a movie. That was in a film class that I took. I did that. And then Feet on the Dashboard, that was not a class project. That was just an independent film that we made. And the idea was for and to continue working with Leanne and her sons, because they wanted to make a little like production company. And I was hoping that we would make more, but then it just didn't work out, because I was trying at the time to support my family and have a job, and I was doing the truck driving, and the being home out on the road for 3 weeks and home for 1 week, it just wasn't working, because the way they scheduled that at Schneider was you would come home midweek and go back out midweek. It was just a weird thing. So basically what that did is it would cut, and because you got paid every week. And so if you came home midweek, that meant you had a paycheck that was only like half the size. And then you went back out in the midweek. So that means your next paycheck was only going to be half the size. And then during the week that you were out, you didn't get paid anything. So it just wasn't working for me financially. So I had to go off of that program and go back on to being more regular on the road. And there was no way I could be a filmmaker and be on the road. And I had to choose being on the road, being a truck driver, because being a filmmaker wasn't going to make me any money. It wasn't going to pay for the bills. So, but the idea was, at first was, make the film, make the short film, and then make some more shorts. I wanted to make 2 or 3 more short films, and then make something, maybe not a feature length in the traditional sense, which is usually like an hour and a half to 2 hours, but maybe make something that was 45 minutes long, maybe a half hour long or maybe 45 minutes. And the reason that's important is because that's money, that's cost. You know what I mean? So the difference between making a 8.5 minute movie and a 30-minute movie could be substantial in terms of cost. I financed that 8.5 minute movie. I paid for everything, but it didn't cost me very much. I mean, it was probably a few $100, and that's not including film festival fees. That's just the production of the movie. It probably cost me like $300 or something. I don't know. And so if you're going to make a half-hour movie or a 45-minute movie or a 90-minute movie, costs are going to go up, and you're going to need to get, probably, depending on what you're doing, you might need to get producers. You might need to get help at that point. So anyhow, so my what I wanted to do was make 3 or 4 more shorts, 8, 9, 10 minutes movies, then maybe make something a half an hour or 45 minutes, maybe, and just go on from there. But it never worked out. It just never worked out. But if you want to check out Feet on the Dashboard, it's on YouTube. You can just search Feet on the Dashboard. So that's my spiel on Feet on the Dashboard. I haven't really talked about that in a long time. Barbara Nicholas, I went back to tap water. I'm drinking 6 per day. I got cheap. Get yourself a Brita filter, one of those Brita filter pitchers, and you don't need to buy bottled water, I don't think. Keep that in your fridge, and it'll be nice and cold. Real quick, how can I watch TJ's film? Just go. You can. Jolie will. I'm not there, but Jolie might have put the link. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Yep, there it is. There's the link. Feet on the Dashboard. And you can check it out. Like I said, it's not the greatest movie in the world, but maybe I will make it at some point. I'll get to where I can make another movie. I don't know. I can make 8-minute movies all day long, probably. So yeah, there's the link Jolie put. Thank you, Jolie, for putting that link in there for if anyone wants to check that out. At some point, I think I've got the teacher. I think I have the teacher on this channel in one of my playlists. You can see a very portly, but much younger Trucker John. That was when I really blew up, when my baby mama was having babies. Well, we had our first child, and how they talk about, the guy getting like baby fat. I just totally blew up, and I'm very, very, very well. I probably weigh the same now. That's when I blew up. That's when I gained the weight, and I never really fully lost it, I guess. Josh says it's better than TJ gives him some credit for. It's a good storyline for a short. Thank you, Josh. I'm glad you liked it. See, when I watch it with a critical eye, and I'm always like, oh man, I wish I had done this. I wish I would have directed the actors to say this or do this. I'm always saying like, man, I wish I would have done this differently. I wish I would have taken more time for this shot. That's why I say it's not perfect or whatever, because I'm always looking at it with a real critical eye. DVD, look at TJ. You're a Renaissance man. I'm kind of like a poor man's Hal Sparks. I'm just kidding. I'm a extremely destitute man's Hal Sparks. I can't play guitar though. I wish I could. Look, Dragon says, dude, I have a great long-term memory, but when it comes to short-term and marijuana, I can't remember who I said hi to 5 minutes ago, throwing a beer, and I'm absolutely comatose throwing a beer. Big Hook, huge time commitment and budgetary constraints were against you. Like I said, that working 3 weeks and being 1 week, it would have worked perfectly. It would have worked good if it hadn't been where like I said, they had you come home midweek and then they sent you out midweek. So that cut your weeks in half of your pay, you know. That's what did it. That was the thing. Because when I was out on the road, I had my laptop, and like I said, I could go out, put up the raw footage together, and I pretty much, you know, the final cut is very close to what I had it in the rough cut. And then the editor just like cleaned it all up and polished it all up and everything. And so that was pretty cool. If I could have made it where I could come home at the end of the week or whatever, end of the pay period, and then have a full solid week and then go back out at the first of the next pay period, then that would have worked great. But they wouldn't do it. They would not do it. I asked them, like, why can't I do that? And they were like, that's not how the program works. You know, we got to rotate these trucks. And the other thing was that I didn't like about it is every time I would have to clean all my stuff out of my truck, and then they would give that truck to another driver. And then when I came back, I had to lug all my shit and put it back in the truck all over again. That was a hassle because you might not get the same truck. I mean, sometimes I got the same truck in, but they had a certain amount of trucks that they kind of rotated through. And then sometimes they would add a new truck, and it wasn't new like a new from off the lot, like it was just new to that program, new to that rotation. But it was actually some old beater. And sometimes they gave me these trucks that were just disgusting and filthy, and then I had to spend the whole day. Well, a lot of times I would just call my manager and go, "This truck is disgusting," and then they would just give me a voucher to take it down. They had a detail shop down the street that would wash it and clean it and do a really good job. But then you're spending your whole day cleaning the truck and getting it cleaned out and then loading your stuff into it. And then a lot of times I might not even be able to get a load out that day. So now I'm already a day behind. You know, so yeah, it was just, this might be trucking stuff and you guys are like falling asleep about, but it just didn't work out. If I could have, you know, had my own truck and made my own schedule to be home, you know, more appropriately and to leave when I could, and not have to switch trucks out every time and clean trucks out every time and all that kind of shit, then it would have been fine. I probably would have made like a dozen fucking movies by now. Anyhow, Big Hook says Robert Redford's greatest gift was the Suns. It's not Sunset Festival. It's the whatchamacallit. You know, up there in Utah. It's not Sunset, but I know what you mean. It does start with an S. I actually went up there one year and checked it out. MJ Daniel, I'm sure some of the working women hanging around, truckers, would have been willing to make a movie. The funny thing about that is that in around 2008, at least with the truck stops that I hung out at, the working women, as you call them, pretty much disappeared. Pretty much. It was kind of weird. I think it had to do with the Great Depression and with truck drivers not having disposable incomes, and they weren't paying for their time anymore. And they kind of disappeared, and I never really saw it come back that much. Now, I know some drivers will go, that's bullshit. There's a bunch of lot lizards at this truck stop, and there's a bunch of... Yeah, I'm sure there are, but from my experience is that like around 2008, it kind of dried up, and I never really saw it come back. That's not to say I never saw a lot lizard ever again. But, you know. MJ Daniel says, we have a Brita around somewhere, but stopped using it. I got mine. Mine's in the fridge right now. Works great. But I also have bottled water because I like to just grab a bottled water when I'm going to work or whatever. I guess Luck Dragon's taken off. I guess I kind of missed that. But thanks for being here, Luck Dragon. I appreciate you. Oh, yeah, you got on the phone call. Okay. Well, I hope you have a good phone call. Josh sees, do you have any short scripts you never did? I don't have any short scripts. I've got 3 feature-length scripts just sitting in my storage. I got 3 feature-length 90-minute to 2-hour long scripts sitting there waiting to be produced. I don't think I have any shorts scripts, but I might. I've got a whole storage, a whole big thing full of writings. Dang it, there's something flying around here. DBD says, TJ, have you tried to submit your films, damn it, to film festivals? Or, well, I just said that I did. I did submit Feet on a Dashboard to like a dozen film festivals, and we got it into one. It was the Polygrind Film Festival here in Las Vegas. How about TikTok? I don't do TikTok. TikTok is malware. And I haven't done anything on Instagram. Sundance. There you go, Aaron. Thank you. Sundance. See? I knew it started with an S. Big Hook knew it started with an S. Josh says there's an economic measurement called the Stripper Index. Yeah, maybe that had something to do. Maybe that was kind of similar with the Lot Lizard Index, because when the economy was taking a shit in 2008, when George W. Bush was still president, I used to go into some truck stops and there would be lot lizards all over the fucking place. I mean, hundreds of them, dozens of them at least. And not every truck stop, but there's just certain places. And around 2008, they just started disappearing. And again, there were places I saw lot lizards over the next, how many years of driving? 12 years or whatever, or more. Yeah, probably, 15 years of driving? Yeah, of course I saw places that had lot lizards and stuff, but nothing like in the earlier years. In the earlier years, they were everywhere, all over the place. Not everywhere, but, Big Hook says, do you think AI is going to ruin filmmaking and the entertainment industry overall? Not if they do it right. And people are very critical. They're critical of CGI. If Star Wars or Marvel movies put out a movie that has crappy CGI, they'll tell you. Now, not that really Star Wars movies have tanked. They've all done pretty well, I guess. But there's some Marvel movies that have kind of not done so well because the CGI wasn't so great, and people don't like that. So if the AI is going to be sloppy and crappy, then it's going to fail. But if they do it right, and so that it's good effects, then people will watch it. It has to come out. It has to come out good. It has to be good quality, I think. Mad Max, Slava Ukraini? Absolutely, 100% Slava Ukraini. Josh says, Big Hook, it will never top live performance. Yeah, I guess it depends on how they use it. Is the entire movie going to be AI and it's going to be all AI characters? Or are they using AI to supplement the movie making process? Just like they use CGI now. You know, computers have been making movies, computer graphics have been in movies for decades now. So if the AI is going to be just another tool to make cool effects and special effects, then that's fine. But if it's just going to be slop, or you know, or if they're just going to replace actors with AI characters, I don't know if that'll work either. I think people like real people. You know, and so unless the movie companies are going to lie and say that this is a real person, then people are going to know that these are AI people, AI characters. And I mean, I don't think people will like that. Like, even if you do a CGI or an animated feature and you've got real people doing the voiceovers, that's different, because those are real people still that are doing the voiceovers and doing the inflection, you know, of the tone of the dialogue and everything. If it's all AI generated and the characters are all AI and the vocals and the dialogue is all AI, I don't know. And that might be a novelty, or that might be okay now and then. But if that's going to take over the movie industry and the film industry and the TV industry, I don't think people will be. I don't know. I don't think people will like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but if everything is AI, if it's a TV show or a movie and it's 100% AI, including the dialogue and the voices and everything, I don't know. I think there's something about having real people, whether it's visually or audibly, that people connect to. That's kind of the connection, I think. And so, like I said, maybe, you know, every now I have a few movies are out that are like that as a kind of a novelty, but as far as taking over, I don't know. I guess we'd have to wait and see. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Big Hook says, if AI was only utilized as a digital assistant and didn't replace people and jobs, I would be on board, but it currently seems the billionaires want to eliminate all employees. Yeah, but the one thing that we have is the ability for filmmakers to, I think, rely less and less on the billionaires to make things and to distribute them. And so that might be one way of avoiding the billionaires, is for people just to make their own, just to be independent. You know, the AI might make independence more available, to make something independently and not rely on multi-million-dollar budgets as much. I don't know. DPD says, you know, Goldman Sachs is reporting that AI is cutting over 16,000 jobs a month, which will heavily affect Gen Z. Wow, 16,000 jobs a month. That's a lot of jobs. Not good. Not good. Not good. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do. That's why we need to vote these Republicans out, and we need to get Democrats in there, and we need to get universal basic income. and we need to get if the billionaires are going to be making all this money off of AI and off of all this other shit, then we need to have some sort of profit sharing, some sort of dividend sharing, dividend checks. Josh C says nothing against video games, but AI created stuff has to have a foot in the door for future generations. Yeah. Josh seems to has to. I don't know. It's a mixed bag. I know I use AI. Did you guys see my latest little AI thing I did? It was like of me, kind of me. I tried to get it to look like me. It doesn't really look like me. I try to tell AI to make them heavier. They always make my character too thin. So I'm like, can you make them a little heavier, a little heavy set? And I give them a picture of me for reference, and they always kind of make them a little bit thinner. But that last one, if you guys saw it, it's like kind of walking in an alley, and then it ends up with Keanu Reeves in the bottom half of the screen, and we kind of join and become one. I guess I don't know. But I told Meta, I told him, I said, hey, make a video, kind of make a cool video of me, sort of like John Wick. And I originally said, like, have him like pull out a gun and just like do the cool thing where you pull the clip out and you check the clip, and then you pop the clip back in, and then you just sort of holster the weapon or whatever. I go, do that, and the thing couldn't figure it out, and it kept making it would make different things of me that looked way too thin and skinny, and I'm like, could you make me heavier? And then it had me without a cap, and I'm like, could you put a cap on me? I want a cap, and then I don't know, and it just kept doing these weird things. But finally, I got some. I mean, the ones that I put on there, if you guys saw it, it's just, it doesn't really look like me. But I was trying to make kind of a cool, kind of John Wick spy thing of me, and then it did this weird thing of the split screen, me on the top and John Wick or Keanu, on the bottom, and then it kind of joined us together, and then it was weird. It's really weird. So AI is weird, but I'm doing free meta, stuff. If you had, I guess, something where you actually paid for it, you would. I mean, I'm sure whoever's making the Lego videos has some way better AI generator than Meta. And have you guys seen the ones? There's one that I watched where this young lady, like she goes back in history. It's kind of like, the thing where it looks like you're holding a selfie stick or something, doing a selfie, but she's like in ancient Rome, and she's in all these different places in history, and she's walking around and going, look, I'm here, I'm on the street, I'm doing this. And those are really, really good. I don't know what kind of AI generator she's using for that, but those are amazing what she's doing with those. And there's a few other creators. They're not using just the free Meta. I don't know what they're using, but those are kind of amazing. If you guys have seen those on YouTube, I don't know. You probably have, right? Mad Max says, hey, TJ, happy Friday, bro. Hey, happy Friday to you, Mad Max. Slava Ukraini, and everything else. Big Hook says AI is intellectual property theft and just uses sampling and features from MIDI to make new people appear. I don't like it. It's entertaining, but I think the cost to stymie imagination is too high. I don't know if it's stymieing imagination. I mean, you get in there and you write in your prompts. You have to have some imagination, and you write in there, okay, all the things you want it to do. You know, Bethany, goodbye. Maybe we're boring Bethany to death with this stuff, but thanks for stopping by, Bethany. I appreciate you. I hope you gave me a thumbs up and a like and a share and all that good stuff. Thank you so much for being here. And I'll probably call it quits pretty soon. What are we down to? We're already down to 15%. Wow, I just looked and it was at 35, and now we're down to 15%. So we'll probably be calling it quits here pretty soon, anyhow. I don't know if I'm going to make it to Hal. Now I could unplug. I mean, I could plug in the phone to the charger, but then I wouldn't have a microphone. I wouldn't have this microphone. I wouldn't have the chopstick microphone. I would have just the phone mic. And the phone mic, I don't like the sound of it. I don't like the way it sounds in the videos, especially when the AC kicks on. But thanks for being here, Bethany. Appreciate you. Josh sees, it says, Big Hook, it definitely seems to push the line for intellectual property and public domain. DPD says they already have humanoid robots that mimic human movement and thoughts. They can even speak. The price ranges from $250,000 to $420,000. Imagine a world full of Megans. Remember that movie? I never saw those movies. I heard they were really good. They came out not too long ago, right? They made a sequel. I don't think I ever saw those, but they look pretty interesting. I'm gonna look at something and see if it's on here to what I was talking about. If I can find the creator, maybe you guys should check it out. Let's see. Where is she at? I just wanted to recommend someone here. Hey, Johnny Million's on, guys. I didn't know Johnny Million was on. Let me put him on my TV. I'm gonna put Johnny Million on my TV. There he is. There he is, shredding away. I'm gonna give him a like. All right, so Johnny Million's on. If you guys want to check that out, but don't leave me. Somehow watch us both for a little bit. I'll probably be signing off here in a little bit, anyhow. Maybe we can raid Johnny Million before he signs off. But I just wanted to look at this one that I think I subscribed to her. It seems like it would show up in my subs, my subscriptions here. Oh well. Anyhow, she does really good AI. I enjoy them. Like she pretends like she's in a time machine, or not. They don't show the time machine, but she pretends like she's gone back in time, and then she goes through these kind of historical places. I think it's really fun, and I think the AI is really good on it. It's really good. I don't know what generator she uses, and I don't know why nothing shows up in my. I can never find it. I don't know. Let me just look real quick. See if I can find her in my list of subscriptions. I have a lot. I subscribe to a lot of people. A lot of people. I don't even remember the name, actually. I just watched them. I don't even remember her name. Hmm. I don't know, man. I can't find it. I don't know where she's at. She does really good AI videos. If you just want to check it out, I know some of you hate AI, but she does a really good job. For some reason, I can't find her. In here. Oh well. But if you ever see this one girl where she goes through like she's um, back in time, that's the one I'm talking about. All right, guys. Well, I guess I'll probably sign off here. It's creepy as fuck. What DPD says they have a biometric robot named Moya from China. She's 5'5" and weighs 70 pounds. And Moya can maintain a human body temperature. It's frightening how real it looks. We'll get used to it because the robots are coming. We're going to have robots, and they're going to do a bunch of stuff. They're going to do cleaning. They're going to do medical stuff. They might even do sex stuff. Who knows? But that's just the way it's going to be. I mean, you don't have to get one if you don't want to get one. But anyhow, guys, Luck Dragon says, I am a fucking nice guy 24/7. Oh, great. I'm glad you're a nice guy. I'm glad you're a nice guy, Luck Dragon. I'm going to put Johnny Million's link in here real quick. While I was looking for that other one, I went ahead and did this. So if you guys want to check out Johnny Million, he's out there jamming. I'm going to go ahead and sign off, I guess, before we lose the battery. And I was going to have some people come in and say hi real quick, but for some reason, it disappeared. It's just disappearing. I don't know what's going on. What's going on here? Do I have to take this off? I don't think so. I guess we won't have any guests today because for some reason it's not working. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's not working. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't pay my bill. No, there's no bill. It says download failed. So for some reason, am I even still on? Can you guys am I still on? It's not letting me bring up our friends for some reason. It's not letting me bring up, I don't know what's going on. Maybe they're doing something. Maybe they're doing something with AI on the Prism app. I don't know. Maybe they're replacing Tough Cookie and Paul the Beard Guy with AI because it's not coming up. It says download failed, and it won't download. And it says retry. I keep retrying, and nothing's coming up. So no Cookie, no Tough Cookie today. No Paul Beard Guy. Maybe next time. I'm sure they're sad that they can't come in. They can't come in right now. Luck Dragon says, my friend from Texas thinks that people in California don't hold open doors for other people. He's a fucking moron. But Josh says, make silly masks with your hands, like John Travolta. Does John Travolta do that? But I will say, Luck Dragon, that I didn't realize until I became a truck driver, like, I kind of have a thing, like, I'll hold the door open, but I kind of have a, there's sort of a distance limit. Like, if you're within, I don't know, 5 or 6 feet behind me, I'll hold the door open for you. But if you're like, I don't know, 10 or 20 or 30 feet away, I'm not going to stand there and open the door for you. But I've noticed, and this, I thought it was really weird that, like, guys, men, like, I would be walking into a convenience store at the truck stop, and I would be like 30 yards away, and they're holding the door for me. And I would get, I still, I guess, would get, I'm not offended, but I'm like, why the fuck are you holding the door for me? I'm like 30 yards away. Are you? I'm just thinking to myself. I don't think I said it out loud, but I'm just like, why are you holding the door for me? I'm way far away. I'm like, are you holding the door open for me? What? And I'm a guy. You're supposed to do that for women. You don't do this. You don't do guy for guy. I didn't realize that. So maybe your friend might have a point there. I didn't realize that guys were so chivalrous to other guys. There's so much chivalry. What do you call it? Chivalry. So much chivalry was being shown to other men. And you're like halfway across the parking lot, and they're holding the door open for you. I'm like, wow, is this guy like me or what? I don't know. So I kind of have a limit. Like, my limit is, okay, I'm opening the door. I'll look over my shoulder, and if you're close enough that I can kind of see you in my my side glance, then I'll hold the door open for you. But if you're out of my side glance and you're like 20 feet behind me, I'm not going to stand there and open the door for you unless you're in a wheelchair or something or crawling, then of course. But if you're like halfway across and I've had people do that, hold the door for me, and then I feel bad because I'm just walking at my own pace, and then I'm like 30 feet, 30, 40, 50 feet away, and then I feel like, I guess I got to pick up the pace. I can't just walk at my own leisure because this jackass wants to, I don't know, ask me out on a date or something. I don't know what the fuck. That was my thinking when I first started truck driving, and you're all across the country. I noticed these different things. In California, we don't hold the door open for someone who's 50 feet away from the door. I'm sorry, we just don't, and I don't think we should. Now, like I said, if you're like 5 or 10 feet, then okay, you're within my zone. You're within my side eye zone. Okay, I'll hold the door open for you or whatever, male or female, I guess. I just thought it was something guys did to chicks to earn points for chicks or something. I don't know. I didn't know it was guy on guy and 50 feet away, Jolie says, I just got in an argument with a Trump supporter at a stoplight. He didn't like my fuck Trump and fuck you for voting for him flag. Well, boo fuckity who, huh, Jolie? You should just tell the guy, boo fuckity who. I hope you enjoy your $5 gas, or some shit, DBD says it's called courtesy, TJ. I know, but not 30 feet away. They're not even in your side glance at 30 feet away. I'm just saying there's a limit. If someone's halfway across the parking lot, you don't fucking hold the door for them. Like I said, unless they're crawling and they're in a wheelchair or something, maybe. There's courtesy, and then there's just being a nuisance. Like I said, now I I got to feel bad because I'm making the guy hold the door while I'm walking at my leisurely pace. Now I'm like, oh shit, I guess I got to fucking run to the door now. There's courtesy, and then there's like bullshit. There's like people trying to be courteous because they think it gives them extra brownie points for God, and they're going to go to heaven now because they held the door open for me when I was 50 feet away. There's courtesy. Yeah, I'm all for being courteous. And like I said, I'll hold the door open if I turn my head and I see you behind me. But if you're like 17 feet away out of my glance, I'm not going to do it. It's not courtesy. I'm not here to earn brownie points. It's all trying to earn brownie points. Oh, aren't you a great person because you held the door for me for 5 minutes while I walked across the parking lot. And then you made me have to feel guilty because I wasn't walking fast enough. You can, yeah. All right, enough of that. Jolie says he said, I don't like your flag, nor the F word. And I said, well, thank God this is still America and we have free speech. He said, you're an idiot. And I said, fuck you, fascist. And you should have said, boo fuckity who. I love that, boo fuckity who. You should have just went like, oh, boo fuckity who. Are you sad? Are you sad because you don't like my F word? Big Hook says, all in jest, Squirrel Girl, my coping mechanism. Luck Dragon says, I've been in that same situation, and I just tell the person I got it that way, and they walk away and close the door. DVD says, you go, girl, to Jolie. Josh says, Jolie, I bet his grandma blessed his heart. Well, bless your heart. Luck Dragon says, I've had people hold the door for me when I'm too far away, and it makes me jog. See there? Did you want to jog? Didn't you just want to walk in at your own leisurely pace? And now they're holding the door, and now you're feeling guilty? See? That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Big Hook, Trucker John rant, yeah. Anyhow, we're down to 10% battery. We're down to 10% battery. How'd you like my Indiana hick accent there, Jolie? I don't like that F word. Okay, well, fuck you. Well, fuck you then. How do you like this one? Boo fuckity who. No. All right, guys, I gotta go. If you guys go to Johnny Million, say hi to Johnny Million from the old Trucker John show. DVD says, TJ, you shouldn't feel guilty. After all, the person who is holding the door is making a choice. And I do that. I'm not looking for anything. Look. What is your distance zone? What is the zone? Like how close or far away does someone have to be that you're going to open? If someone is like 100 feet away, are you going to hold the door for them? Is it 10 feet? That's my point. Yeah, if they're 10 feet away, I can see that. You hold the door for them. If they're 100 feet away, then go in the store. No, you don't need to hold the door. And I've had people where I'm like 100 feet away and they're holding the door for me. Maybe not 100 feet, but probably 50 feet. And I'm like, why are you holding the door for me? I'll get there when I get there. I don't need you to open the door for me. And then sometimes I'm like, do I look that old? Do I look that decrepit that they think they have to open the door for me? And I really wasn't used to guys opening doors for guys. I've seen lots of guys hold doors or open doors for women. I'm not used to guys opening or holding doors for guys. That's the thing that really threw me. I'm like, is everyone gay or what? Why the fuck are you open the door? And then I thought, okay, they're not gay. So I'm like, do I look that old and decrepit? They got to open the door for me? And I'm 75 feet away? Okay, maybe not 75, but 40, 50 feet, which is kind of a long way. That's half of a big rig. When the cab and the trailer together is about 83 feet. That's at least, over half the distance of a big rig truck, and they have to open the door for me? Do I look that fucking old and decrepit that I can't open the door? And is a guy doing it? Why is a guy opening the door for me? He either wants my phone number or he thinks I'm so old and decrepit that I can't open the door for myself. I don't need a guy opening the door for me. It's supposed to be guys opening doors for women. That's the way it's supposed to be. I'm old school. I'm about chivalry. I'll open the door for a woman. I am not going to, well, I do hold doors for guys if they're within my little 10-foot zone. Big Hook, no outro. Well, I can do the outro if the battery holds up. We're still at 10%. Just no Tough Cookie and no Paul the Purple Beard guy, because for some reason they've gone for the day. I think they're on strike. I think Tough Cookie and Paul the Purple Beard guy are officially on strike today, and they said, "Fuck you! I'm enjoying my no work, no school, no shopping day." All right, so guys, thanks for being here. Josh says, you just got to walk slower, then they open the door and you get in the store first. I just thought it was funny. And I never really noticed until I got into truck driving and seeing it in other states. Guys holding doors open for other guys. And you were further away. Like I say, if I'm like right behind you and you open the door for me or hold the door for me, fine. I get that, because that would be rude to just let it slam and I'm okay, whatever. But if I'm like 30, 40, 50 feet away and another guy is holding the door open for me, I'm like, dude, you gay or something? Don't be so gay. I'm like, dude, don't be so gay. I know I shouldn't be saying that. I'm probably offending all the gay people. Oh no, I think Siri came on my watch. But that was what I was thinking. I was thinking, what the fuck is this gay shit, man? I'm sorry. I'm all LGBT plus advocate. I love all the LGBTQ plus people. I'm all for equal rights, gay rights, trans rights. I'm all in favor of that. So, Aaron West, I'm offended. I am sorry. I did not mean to offend. But that's what I was thinking. This guy, why are these guys? And I'm like in Texas and shit. And I'm like, is Texas full of a bunch of gay dudes that are holding doors for you and shit? I'm like, okay, fine. Like I said, if I'm right behind you, 5 or 10 feet, and you hold the door for me, that's acceptable. But if I'm like still 30 or 40 feet away, dude, just go into the store. Just leave me alone. That's my thoughts on that. All right, before I put my foot any further into my mouth, I should probably go. DBD says, I would say 30, 40, 50, and don't travel to the UK or Germany or China. All right, can you guys hear me now? It's probably, everything is dying, so can you guys hear me? All right, can you guys hear me now? It's probably, everything is dying, so. Yeah, I probably should have just went to the words of wisdom. All right, guys, see you later. Let's end the show here before everything goes to shit. All right, guys, words of wisdom. Get your pen and pad out. Joey says, if anyone's holding a door for me and I'm far away, I just jog to get in the door. I hate opening doors. Okay, good for you. We'll end it on that. All right, for today's words of wisdom, guys.
Well, it's time to say goodbye. The show has come to an end. But don't be sad, no, don't you cry. We're all gonna come back and meet again. We'll have some fun times, hopefully nothing too bad. We might talk about war crimes, might talk about Baghdad. I doubt we'll talk about door chimes, but if we did, I'd be only too glad. So hasta la vista, baby. The show is over, but could I ask you maybe to take a shower? No, that's not what I meant, but I couldn't think of anything to rhyme with over. Now my whole rhyming scheme is all screwed up. Oh shit, I should have stuck to truck driving, who I tried to kid. At least when I was out there driving, I could handle a skid, but doing this live stream, baby, has been a real kid. So I hope to see y'all again right here on the Trucker John live stream. We're gonna do it again and again, right here in the Trucker John live stream. Yeah, the Trucker John live stream. We're gonna come back and do it all again. No, this ain't no dream. This is where we win, right here on the Trucker John live stream. No, this time to say goodbye. The show is coming in. Don't be sad, no, don't you cry. We're all gonna come back and meet again. Rolling down the highway in my rusty old rig. I'm a retired trucker, but my spirit's still big. Living in Vegas, where the lights never sleep. Broadcasting my thoughts for the world to keep. From politics to pop culture, I've got it all. Sharing my views, no matter how big or small. Talking about food and movies and bugs, shining a light on all the social issues. No shows, I've driven through the desert, seen the city so bright. But now I'm living in a different kind of fight. From my apartment in Las Vegas, I hold the key, exploring the world through my live stream for free. In my apartment in Las Vegas, I hold the key, exploring the world through my live stream for free. So you want to take a trip down Paradise Road, but it ain't that pretty, it ain't paved with gold. Everybody's got the dirty little secrets. Everybody's got some things unknown. But if you ain't real careful, baby, it'll cut you down to the bone. Under all those bright lights, you've gotta learn to ignore the glitter. It's all about fight or flight, and you don't wanna do either. So go on down to Paradise Road. It'll make you wish that you were young, but all it'll do is make you feel old and regret trading in your love for lust. It's all just a big charade. It's all just one big game, and it ain't about love. It's all about the thrills. It's about staying in the hunt. It's about going in for the kill. So head on down to Paradise Road. That's where your friends are now. They're the people that nobody knows. So go ahead and make your big show. So live it up on Paradise Road. Just don't let anyone know. It'll be your dirty little secret. It'll be your guilty little pleasure. Living a secret that the whole world sees, hiding in plain sight among the scum and the thieves. So damn hard to ever be pleased. Everyone wants to live the good life. Everybody wants a piece of paradise. But where would you run? Where would you hide? What would you do to buy a little more time? Grandiose dreams of happily ever after are really just another day's end. And when the sun goes down, you just lay there wondering, can you really do it all again? You're praying for one last shot. You're hoping for one last big win. Paradise Road is calling, so you better hurry along. Paradise Road is calling, so you better hurry along.
Show's over. I'm out of here, folks. Bye.